Check 1 2, mic check.
We will now reconvene the regular board meeting. If I can please have Emma Garza from Segerstrom High School, Emmanuel Rodriguez from Middle College, Tiago Dormitorio from Godinez Fundamental, and Isai Alamia from Godinez Fundamental join us at the podium to lead the Pledge of Allegiance.
Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I want to recognize that our district and school campuses are located in the village of Patsbenga. I want to acknowledge that this land we refer to as Orange County is the unceded and traditional lands of the Gabrieleno Tongva Nation and the Juaneño Band of Mission Indians, Wahachimán Nation. These lands were taken through a process of colonization, physical, and cultural genocide. I want to pay my respect to elders, both past and present, as well as the Tongva and Wahachimán youth who have attended and are currently attending our schools in neighboring districts. Ms. Quiros, do we have any action items to report out from closed session?
We do. In closed session, by a vote of 5-0, the board took action to approve the resignation agreement and general release of permanent classified employee as named in closed session, employee ID number 23872, effective November 15th, 2025. Moved by Ms. Lebsack, seconded by Dr. Alvarez. Board members with a yes vote, Mr. Bustos, Ms. Brazier-Aceves, Ms. Magdaleno, Dr. Alvarez, and Ms. Lebsack. In closed session, by a vote of 5-0, the board took action to approve the settlement agreement and general release of retired certificated employee as named in closed session, employee ID number 9402, in the amount of $98,318.64. Moved by Ms. Brazier-Aceves, seconded by Ms. Magdaleno. Board members with a yes vote, Mr. Bustos, Ms. Brazier-Aceves, Ms. Magdaleno, Dr. Alvarez, and Ms. Lebsack. That concludes action taken in closed session. For interpretation services into Spanish, please see Mr. Vargas, who is sitting right behind me. Para su interpretación a español, por favor pase con el señor Vargas, que es quien se encuentra sentado detrás de mí. Should you require ASL interpretation, please take a seat in front of the room to your left. Childcare services are being provided in room 126. Se ofrecen servicios de cuidado de niños en el salón 126. Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you, Ms. Quiros. We will now move on to board member recognitions. I'd like to invite Dr. Alvarez up to the podium.
Good evening, everyone. We're going to be recognizing speech and debate today, but before I get into that, let me tell you why I'm the biggest supporter of speech and debate. You know what? The thing is, I had some background insight into speech and debate because my daughter actually participated in speech and debate. My daughter participated in speech and debate when she was in 5th grade. Nowadays, 5th graders are saying 6, 7. My daughter used to say 7, 8, 9 because that was the title of her script, 7, 8, 9. And for me, speech and debate is significant because as my daughter went through speech and debate, I saw her self-esteem go up. I saw her self-confidence go up. And not only that, but also she seemed happier. That's what made her happy. Speech and debate made her happy. So I'm a big supporter of speech and debate because of that. And I also want to give a shout out to the coaches because when my daughter was involved in speech and debate, I'm the one that actually coached her. So as my daughter was practicing, I was there with her side by side, coaching her, guiding her, motivating her. So I wanted to give a shout out to all the coaches because I see all the hard work that you guys all put in there to help our students succeed. It is an honor to recognize our seniors who earned a place at the National Speech and Debate Tournament for the 2024-25 school year. Speech and debate is one of the strongest academic pathways in SAUSD, beginning for many of these students in elementary or middle school. By the time they reach high school, they have developed the confidence, discipline, and analytical skills that allow them to compete at the highest levels in the country. Their national qualifications reflects months of preparation, the guidance of dedicated coaches, and the support of their school communities. This evening, we proudly highlight several students whose talent and commitment earned them this prestigious distinction. From Godinez Fundamental High School, we invite Isai Alamia and Tiago Dormitorio to come up along with their coach, Monique Statler. If you could wait for us over there, and we'll take a group picture afterwards. From Segerstrom High School, we invite Emma Garza, who is here with her coach, Katrina Shimasaki. From Middle College High School, we invite Emmanuel Rodriguez and his coach, Jennifer LaRocque. In addition, we would like to recognize Genesis Hernandez and her coach, Adam Duarte, from Santa Ana High School and Circulus program at Advanced Learning Academy, who contribute meaningfully to our district-wide speech and debate pathways. Recognizing the strength of our younger competitors, from Mendes Fundamental, we invite Sadie Rojas to come up, supported by her coach, Alan Hoffman. Here you go. Congratulations. And is your coach here? No? Okay. From Washington Elementary, we invite Aubrey Kirkwood to come up, supported by her coach, Janice Roch. Each of these students represents the best of SAUSD, young people who use their voice with purpose, clarity, and courage. Their achievements reflect not only their individual dedication, but also the strength of a district-wide program that nurtures critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills. At this time, we're going to have a group picture. At this time, I would like to invite Jacqueline Harari, Mary Patrick, and Vern Reinhardt to come up to introduce our student speakers who will share with us some of their talented work. As they come up, I would like to thank them for their continued support and encouragement of our students' voices.
Hi, I'm Mrs. Patrick. I'm one of the class teachers that helps support speech and debate from 3rd through 12th grade in the district. And it's my pleasure tonight to introduce to you a 5th grader from Washington Elementary School. Her name is Aubrey Kirkwood, and she will be presenting a portion of her storytelling script. Ready? Could you stand between them? You stand in between them, and then just do it just like you're in a tournament.
A long way out in the deep blue sea, there lived a fish. Not just any ordinary fish, but the most beautiful fish in the entire ocean. His scales were every shade of blue and green and purple, with sparkling silver scales among them. The other fish were amazed at his beauty. They called him Rainbow Fish. "Come on, Rainbow Fish," they would call. "Come and play with us." But the Rainbow Fish would just glide past, proud and silent, letting his scales shimmer. One day, the little blue fish followed after him. "Rainbow Fish," he called, "wait for me. Please, give me one of your shiny scales. They are so wonderful, and you have so many." "You want me to give you one of my special scales? Who do you think you are?" cried the Rainbow Fish. "Get away from me." Shocked, the little blue fish swam away. He was so upset he told all his friends what happened. From then on, no one would have anything to do with the Rainbow Fish. They turned away when he swam by. What good were the dazzling, shimmering scales when no one to admire them? Now he was the loneliest fish in the entire ocean. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, "The time is always right to do what is right. Our gifts and talents are meant to be shared with others." The theme of this story is how choosing to share your talents may surprise you in the best way. The Rainbow Fish, by Marcus Pfister. One day, the Rainbow Fish poured his troubles to the Starfish. "I really am beautiful. Why doesn't anybody like me?" "Oh, I can't answer that for you," said the Starfish. "But if you go beyond a coral reef to a deep cave, you'll find the wise octopus. Maybe she can help you." The Rainbow Fish found the cave. It was very dark inside, and he couldn't see anything. Then suddenly 2 eyes caught him in the glare, and the octopus had emerged from the darkness. "I have been waiting for you," said the octopus in a deep voice. "The waves have told me your story. This is my advice. Give a glittering scale to each one of the other fish. You'll no longer be the most beautiful fish in the sea, but you will discover how to be happy." "I can't," the rainbow fish started to say, but the octopus already disappeared into a dark cloud of ink. Give away my scales, my beautiful shiny scales? Never! How could I ever be happy without them?
Hi, my name is Vern Reinhardt, and I am one of our district debate coaches. And I would like to call up one of our debaters who's in 6th grade from Mendez Fundamental, Sadie Rojas. While she's getting set up, just a couple thank yous we would like to say to our whole speech and debate program. These students you see before you tonight are not the only ones that are in speech and debate. We have about 300 students in elementary, middle school, and high school that are participating in speech and debate this year. I'd also like to extend a thank you to those administrators who came to watch our students tonight. So a big thank you to Vivian Hansen, Jesse Church, and John Bennett for being here to support their students. And one last thing, I know that because I'm a debate coach, I'm a little partial, but I will say debate is one of the hardest and most fun events you can do. What Sadie does is she gets a resolution every year, and they're not just like little kid resolutions. Her resolution is that the United States should guarantee everyone a right to housing. Grown-up resolution that people in Congress even debate about. And she has to know both sides. She learns about the affirmative, whether or not we should give everyone the right to housing, and the negative, why we shouldn't. And then she has to prepare cases on both sides. And tonight, she's going to be reading her, which case?
Affirmative case.
Her affirmative case for you all. Okay, step right up to the mic. Is that good?
Yes.
Okay, go for it.
Hello, my name is Sadie Rojas, and I'm here to affirm. Resolved, the United States ought to guarantee the right to housing. Value, quality of life. Criterion, reducing homelessness. Across the United States, there isn't enough housing. Everyone has a right to a standard of living adequate for the health and well-being of people and families. Contention 1. Homelessness is a big issue across the United States. For instance, let's examine the California housing crisis. According to the ACCE Institute, California is at the epicenter of homelessness crisis in the United States. Over half of the nation's unsheltered people and a quarter of all unhoused people live in California, despite the fact that California residents make up only 12% of the nation's population. This is largely due to the state's skyrocketing housing costs, lack of affordable housing, and stagnating wages. The burdens of California's affordable housing shortage and resulting homelessness crisis raise grave humanitarian concerns and fall disproportionately on Black and brown residents. As this report demonstrates, ensuring a fundamental right to housing in any state's constitution is a necessary step to effectively address the growing housing crisis at the state's level. Guaranteeing every person the right to housing provides an important government obligation and legal tool to ensure that all people have access to affordable and adequate housing. Modeled after international law, a constitutional amendment would establish a government obligation. A right to housing is not limited to merely having a roof over one's head. Among other things, housing should be permanent, affordable, and safe in order for the U.S. to have a good living wage. Thank you for your time.
So our final speaker tonight is one of our seniors who I believe has been doing this since elementary school or beginning of middle school. They did really well last year. We're super proud of them. They got second place at the prestigious Harvard tournament in informative speaking. They were top 30 in nationals, and I believe tops 8th place at state. They will be giving you about 3 minutes of that speech that they did last year, which was, it's called informative speaking, so they talk about a particular topic. His topic he chose, and he wrote this himself, and he created, they call them visual aids. He created it. It's on environmental gaslighting, so he will talk to you a little bit more about that. And our speaker is Isai. Come on up.
You're crazy. Oh, I'm sorry you feel that way. Tell me one time this actually happened. Are just some of many phrases I've heard in a toxic relationship. It only takes one to know what gaslighting really means. Like being told by people that gaslighting is spelled wrong. No, it's not. Where? Psychologist Katie Thurston explains that gaslighting is a manipulation tactic in which the abuser shows self-doubt and confusion into their victim's mind. For example, 9-year-old me being told those noises I heard in the middle of the night were monsters. 9 months later, those monsters gave me a little brother. But what if instead of it being a single person, it's a whole group of people doing the gaslighting? Well, like an abusive boyfriend, corporations and media outlets have been manipulating the public into believing that we as individuals are responsible for the environmental damages caused by their unsustainable practices. This is what I call environmental gaslighting. You see, we hear a lot about the utopian potential of renewable energy, the magical solution to all of our climate anxiety, which will free us from our dependence on dirty coal and gasoline. If only it were really that simple. You see, these power sources, as well as our phones, tablets, and computers, require batteries. And these batteries require rare earth minerals to work. What we don't realize is that these minerals are mined by human hands in horrific conditions, in places like the Congo, where according to Earth.org, toxic dumping is devastating landscapes, polluting water, and contaminating crops. But it gets worse. The Congo recently sued Apple, claiming that the US tech giant used laundered minerals that were smuggled from conflict areas, and that Apple deployed deceptive practices to assure that their supply chains are clean. Brands are continuing to twist the narrative while consumers are being gaslit thinking there is no issue. Corporations and media outlets keep telling us that we need to cut off our carbon emissions. But what difference would that make when these rich celebrities are polluting the earth in their private jets? In 2022, Taylor Swift faced backlash after her extensive use of her private jet. She was reported to be the biggest celebrity polluter of the year. Newsweek reports that Taylor Swift came out on top with a total of 170 flights that added up to nearly 16 days in the air. She managed to produce 138 tons of CO2 emissions in just 3 months. That is equivalent to the amount of energy used by 17 houses in 1 year. Too bad we can't shake it off. But Taylor Swift is not alone. Unfortunately, the relationship we have with the earth is not a relationship we can just leave. It's a permanent one that requires sacrifice, communication, and love. Unfortunately, I have realized that problem is not us. It's them. Thank you.
I wanted to thank all of you for coming down here to recognize our amazing students. Let's give a big round of applause to our speech and debate program. Congratulations. Thank you for coming down.
Thank you, Dr. Alvarez, and once again, congratulations to our speech and debate students and, of course, our coaches for your dedication and your unwavering support for our students who are taking part in this and traveling across the country to show what Santana really is about. So thank you all and congratulations again. With that, we're going to go ahead and move to our recognitions and acknowledgements, and so I'll turn it over to Dr. Perez for our Certificated and Classified Employees of the Month.
Thank you, President Bustos. I will be inviting up Ms. Flores to lead us through our classified and certificated recognition tonight.
Good evening. It is my joy and honor to be able to introduce our classified and certificated employees of the month. I would like to invite up Mr. William Snyder and also Principal Jesse Church. Mr. Snyder is a teacher at Godinez High School.
Many of you, good evening, everyone. My name is Jesse Church. I'm the proud principal of the amazing high school, Godinez Fundamental High School. So as always, think Godinez. Of course, many of you have heard me say think Godinez. Well, today, when you think Godinez, I would like for you to think of Mr. William Snyder. Mr. Snyder has served the Santa Ana Unified School District for 32 years and has been at Godinez High School since it opened. He is a co-athletic director and an exceptional math teacher who balances managerial, financial, and interpersonal responsibilities with the demands of higher level mathematics instruction. In his role as an athletic director, he coordinates sports schedules, supports coaches, manages budgets, and works to provide the best possible experience for our student athletes. As leader in the mathematics department, he has helped AP pre-calculus students achieve outstanding results. Last year, 104 students took the AP test. 97% of the students earned a passing score, which is well above the national average. This is a remarkable achievement that occurs only when a dedicated teacher inspires the students to do their best, shows them the challenging work is worthwhile, and teaches them how to do it. He shows exceptional commitment by hosting Google Meet reviews after school and attending many student sporting events as possible, demonstrating his belief in students both inside and outside the classroom. Finally, he serves as a mentor to both students, staff, and including me, taking his role as an educator seriously and contributing to a culture of learning and support at Godinez Fundamental High School. We're honored to have Mr. William Bill Snyder at Godinez. So today, I don't want you to think Godinez, I want you to think Mr. Bill Snyder. Thank you.
Wasn't really ready to speak, but I'll do the best I can here. I work at a school that's remarkable. Remarkable students, remarkable staff, remarkable administration. I am the luckiest person in the room. If I can give back just a little bit of what I have gotten out of this job in 32 years, I'm proud. I'm not real comfortable with recognition. I like to do my job and just do the best I can and let that be, but this is really a reflection of the great students that I'm fortunate enough to work with. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Congratulations again, Mr. Snyder. In just a second, we'll invite you and your family to join the board for a picture. Congrats.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to recognize our classified employee of the month. I'd like to invite up Principal Bennett and also Mr. Richard G. Robinson, who's a library tech at Seakerstrom.
Thank you. Hi, I'm John Bennett. I'm the principal of Seakerstrom High School. It is an honor for me to recognize Richard Robinson, our Library Media Tech Library Tech. Richard Robinson pours his heart into everything he does. He builds meaningful connections with students, creating a space in the library for everyone, where everyone feels welcome, supported, and seen. That's right. Whether he's guiding students through research, helping staff with resources, or responding to a request within minutes, he always serves with kindness and pride. His care for our school and our people shines through every interaction, making him a cornerstone of our community. He never hesitates to step up and fill a need, no matter how big or small. When we were without a computer tech, he quietly filled the gap, ensuring that staff and students had what they needed to keep learning and moving forward. He manages the library with precision, leads the school site council with excellence, and maintains our website so beautifully that other schools have reached out for his expertise. His dedication, creativity, and heart for service make him someone everyone trusts and admires. As a former student of Segerstrom, he embodies what it means to give back. And I actually remember Richard as a student. Like, he was unforgettable, so involved at our campus. And so it's great to be able to see him doing what he's doing now. His love for Segerstrom runs deep, and it shows in the joy, humor, and pride he brings his work every day. He's the kind of person who lifts others up by his laughter, his reliability, and his constant willingness to help. Our school simply wouldn't be the same without him. He's deeply deserving of this recognition for the difference he makes every single day. Please join me in congratulating Richard Robinson. And Richard, I'm supposed to ask you if you'd like to say a few words. I tried the other day at the school as well, but he too is someone that just does his work, and he's not really one to shout it from the rooftops. But congratulations, Richard.
Mr. Robinson, we will ask for a picture if that's okay, and invite your friends and family to join us. At this point, I'd like to invite our honorees and students to stick around if you want for our meeting, or go home and celebrate, finish some homework, whatever you have to do, but feel free. Thank you so much again for being here tonight. All right, with that, we're going to go ahead and continue with our meeting and move on to our superintendent's report. Dr. Perez, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Honestly, what a great start to the meeting. Just on full display, all of the talent and the gifts that we have in our district. It was beautiful. And honestly, for me, just kind of sitting back and watching all this happen and all of our students really just demonstrating their brilliance was, honestly, I don't actually even have words. It was beautiful. So with that, I'm actually going to bring us into what I'm going to say is more good news and display of what's to come and what we're doing in our district with our California dashboard. This data was released late last week. And so I want to make sure that we are being transparent and communicating with our community some of the things that came out of the dashboard. And this is the way that the state of California shows growth for school districts and where school districts lie. And there is comparison, to other school districts, but I'm going to speak specifically about what this represents for SAUSD and the trajectory that we are on for amazing growth. And so I want to highlight that tonight, this message for our community is not a one-time message. We will be having a campaign around the specific data points and data pieces that we are very proud of. And again, not to say we've arrived by far, but that we are on our way and that there are things to be proud of and things that I want our school site staff, our teachers, our classified folks on the campuses, our counselors, our administrators to feel a sense of pride that we are moving in the right direction. We have to keep at it, most definitely, but we are seeing promise, early promise for things to come. And so I'll share that within our dashboard in SAUSD, there are 7 state indicators, and we saw improvement and growth in 5 of those indicators. And we will share more specifically those things out on social media and through our website over the next several weeks. Our district reached a 91.6% graduation rate, well above the state average. Our district also increased the rate of graduates prepared for college and career readiness. And that actually, you all have heard me talk about the 3 goals we have around literacy, around designation for our English learners, and college and career readiness. This is one of those indicators that we are paying close attention to. And so the increase was 4.8% of our high school graduates ready for college and career. And this is a huge thanks to our strong CTE pathways, as well as all of the early college programming that we have within our district. We also saw improvement in English language arts and math, rising 1 dashboard color level, which means that there's consistent gain across all student groups. So there was growth for our English learners, there was growth for our students who are experiencing homelessness, there's growth for our foster youth and for our students with disabilities as well. We also saw growth for our English learners in particular, with over 44% of English learners and 45% of long-term English learners advancing toward proficiency, which you will hear a lot more about tonight with regards to the presentation that we'll be sharing with our board and our community. Our chronic absenteeism decreased from 16.9 to 15.4%. And this is important because we have to have our students here in order for them to learn and have their well-being, considered and cared for on our campus. We need students to be here. And so that chronic absenteeism is a big deal. In short, we saw lots of progress. Do we have room to grow? 100%. We are digging into this data. Actually had the opportunity to meet with our research and eval team this morning. And we're peeling back the layers. What does this mean that we're doing well and we should continue down that path? What does it mean that we need to make adjustments for? So, just following up to our commitment that we made and that I made as a superintendent to be transparent and share this information. First opportunity that we have is with our school dashboard. So thank you. And please look for more to come. The next item that I want to highlight and share really is our State of the District happened, it seemed like a lot longer than 2 weeks ago, but time flies. So I wanted to thank our business partners. We had well over 400 folks in attendance at our State of the District event this year. Business partners, our education partners, we're all there present, staff, community members, and I'm just very grateful for everyone who took the time to be there with us that Friday, the 31st of October. And I know that it was it required people getting up and being there very early, so I appreciate that. I want to thank our Santa Ana Public Schools Foundation for co-hosting this breakfast with us. We actually met today, I had a busy day, met today to talk about what this looks like for next year and how to build on the momentum that we saw just a couple of weeks ago. I see some of the people in the audience who were with us that very morning. A special thanks to our students. This was something that we did that was different than what we've done in the past with our State of the District breakfast. Our students were at the center of this event, and really because we wanted folks to see just how amazing our students are. And I think you all got a chance to see that again tonight. We're just going to keep putting that on display because I don't think people know. And I don't think that our students get the space enough to show just how brilliant they are, just how talented they are. And so we're going to keep creating spaces, and that's what we did this year at the breakfast. We will continue to do that. And so I just want to thank our students for stepping up and leading the adults in the conversation at those tables on that morning. It was beautiful. And so again, I look forward to seeing everyone next year. We actually do have the date for next year. We will be having our State of the District, I'm not going to say breakfast because it might not be a breakfast. We're talking about that, but October 30th will be the date of our next State of the District event. So more to come. The next really gratitude that I want to give is to our maintenance and operations team. I know you all know that it rained this weekend pretty hard. And our teams were out there making sure that our schools stood ready for our students to come back to school on Monday and Tuesday. And so I really just want to thank our maintenance and operation team for just doing, sometimes when people say, well, we expect them to do that, but people were doing things that they live in the community, weren't even supposed to be here, took it upon themselves to drive around the community and check out our schools and make sure that things were good. And if they weren't, they were, rolling up their sleeves and calling folks and saying, hey, we need to take care of these things. So we have so many amazing people, in our staff because they care and because, they live in the community and they really just want the best for our kids. So without calling out people in particular, I do want the whole maintenance and operations team to know how much they're appreciated. And, through your efforts, we were able to keep focus on instruction. And I think you guys know how important that is to me, and I'm always going to just keep beating that drum. But that, for me, I'm like, this is awesome because instruction wasn't disrupted. We didn't have to move kids out of their classrooms into other spaces. Things were taken care of, and so that means a lot. So thank you. And then lastly, just a message of gratitude to everyone. I know what this time of year means for me is really a time for reflection and really thinking about how blessed I am in this life to have this opportunity to sit here, to have the opportunity to shape and create space for students to learn and grow and develop and become the exact people that they are meant to be. And so I hope that you take time to also reflect and be grateful and show that gratitude to those around you, whether you know them or not. I think that's really important that we show that to folks, not just our family, but folks that happen to be around us, because I think a little kindness is needed in our world. And so with that, I just, hope that you all have a great holiday with your families. And I hope that you do take time to reflect and really be grateful for the blessings that you have. With that, I turn it back over to our board president. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Perez. At this point, we're going to go ahead and move on to our public presentations portion of the meeting. So before we begin, please note the following. The board president, myself, will enforce board policy 1313, which imposes rules of decorum and civility in the conduct of this meeting in this facility. Should any member of the audience act in a manner inconsistent with this requirements imposed by the policy, or who interrupts a speaker at the podium, makes comments that are deemed derogatory of the speaker and their message, or are threatening in nature, they shall be warned to stop such conduct and asked to leave the meeting if it occurs again, or will be removed pursuant to Board Bylaw 9323. Any speaker who has been subjected to such treatment may contact the Office of the Superintendent at 714-558-5512. Speakers will have 3 minutes to address the board. Ms. Quiroz, you may begin.
We will begin with Olivia Hernandez, followed by Emmanuel Rodriguez, and followed by Genesis Morales.
I am a parent in the SAUSD. The school district is so careful to inform parents of their know your rights, immigration, tenant rights, food distribution, workshops, helpful resources, but will not tell parents their rights to opt out of school teachings that go against my parental morals, values, and beliefs. You speak about inclusion, but the district made it very clear that people of all religious faiths are excluded. Many parents think that the schools are not teaching our children our gender identity because Trump signed an executive order to stop gender identity teachings schools. However, parents, especially our Spanish-speaking only, need to know that SAUSD is not following these executive orders. There was a recent Supreme Court ruling, Taylor versus Mahmoud, saying parents have the right to be notified if their child will be taught LGBTQ teachings, that parents have the right to opt out, which includes lessons, books, assemblies, etc. The district says this only applies to elementary school students. It states all public students. First of all, Ed Code 5193A says parents have the right to excuse, opt out their child from assessments that include questions from gender identity or sexuality. For surveys in grades 7 through 12, the law says parents must be notified in writing, given a chance to review the survey, an opportunity to opt their child out in writing. There was no parental notification sent to me, even on Parent Square. When I opted out my child based on this Ed Code, it did not seem to matter. My parental rights were still violated. My child was given a California Healthy Kid survey, regardless if it was voluntary. The way it was presenting was very luring and deceptive, offering 100 points to boost your grade. What kid wouldn't be tempted to click or to complete it? The survey asked my child if she is transgender. If she was unsure of her gender, what are the schools asking our kids these questions? Adolescence, puberty are already challenging enough. No wonder there is an all-high mental crisis in our youth, and the questions are dangerous and cause more confusion. And this is a copy of one out of her Chromebook. Some people describe themselves as transgender. When and how they feel about their gender is different from the sex they were assigned at birth. Are you transgender? No, I'm not transgender. Yes, I am transgender. No, I'm not sure if I'm transgender. Decline. And this is how it was presented. 100 points. And tell me if this is not despicable. And then, which following, another one. Describe, which of the following describes you? Heterosexual, lesbian, or gay? Bisexual, something else? Not sure. Decline to respond.
Thank you.
Emmanuel.
Hello, SAUSD Board. I am Emmanuel Rodriguez Mejia, a first-generation Mexican student at Middle College High School and a proud NAC scholar. I joined the NAC during my freshman year, hoping to find resources to achieve my goal of attending college, and NAC did not fall short. The NAC has supported me in ways that I cannot capture in just 3 minutes, so I will highlight a few. Firstly, Through my freshman and sophomore year, I attended College Spears, in which NAC gave me the insight into the college application process and encouraged me to seek extracurriculars, but most importantly, empowered me to find my passions. By the time I was in junior year, I had developed a ton of confidence in myself. With the help of my mentor, shout out Jasmine, I applied and got into MIT my semester, being one out of 200 scholars out of 5,100 applications. While this program was virtual, I was able to find my true passions and continue learning throughout the summer. I also got into a multitude of fly-in programs, including Yale's Fly-In in Motion, which is 50 out of 2,000 applications, Dartmouth's Bound, Hamilton, Home at Hamilton, and countless more, all thanks to my mentor in NAC. Currently, I am working with Brittany, my senior year mentor. She is the funniest and best person that I know. She answers every single question I have about the college application process and gives me tailored feedback to every single essay that I write in. The best part is that all students, all 419 other NAC students, have access to these resources. NAC is here to support every student's goal, no matter where they go or what their aspirations are. The NAC has an amazing alumni network, making me feel confident about applying in-state and out-of-state colleges. And these are something that I have never seen before. They visit students at countless universities and offer them resources. They take them out for a meal and even grocery shop to ensure that students' needs are being met. NAC truly fosters relationship with not only current students, but with every single student that they have graduated with. The NAC serves as many as 2,475 alumni in the past 18 years and has helped many into career placement post-bachelor graduation. The NAC is not just an after-school program. It's a place where many students call their home. And I hope that today you vote yes on inside of their contract, not just for us, but for the future of every single student that the NAC serves and every single future generation. Thank you.
Hello, board members. My name is Genesis Morales. As a former SAUSD student and a current resident of Santa Ana, I'm here to speak about an important holiday that we often fail to recognize and honor the way it deserves, Veterans Day. Veterans Day is a day to honor the brave men and women who have served in the many wars our country has fought. Yet, I'm shocked by how many current standards of all ages do not understand the history behind this day or why it matters. I asked classmates and current SAUSD students what Veterans Day means, and many of them honestly didn't know. That concerned me deeply. I have an uncle who is currently serving in the United States Marine Corps, and I am incredibly proud of him. Because of him, I've felt firsthand what military families go through: fear, uncertainty, pride, and gratitude. When he was deployed for Operation Inherent Resolve, fighting ISIS in Iraq and Syria, our family prayed for his safe return every day, just like thousands of families across the country do for their loved ones. Men and women like him make the greatest sacrifices out of love for their country. And because of that, I believe it is essential that our community, and especially our students, understand the meaning and importance of Veterans Day. The education starts in our schools. I'm here today to ask the SAUSD show our veterans the proper respect they deserve by truly honoring them on Veterans Day. Let's teach our students the history, the sacrifices, and the courage behind this important day. Our veterans deserve nothing less. Thank you.
Next, we have Eleni Morales, followed by Rodolfo Duarte, and followed by George Gonzalez.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Eleni Morales. I am a Santa Ana resident and a student in SAUSD. We're taught to honor many groups, but there's one group made up of incredibly brave men and women that we don't take for granted: our veterans. We even have a national holiday to honor them, yet many of us don't fully understand what the day truly represents. I remember in elementary school, Veterans Day felt special. Schools held ceremonies, recognized families with members who served, and took time to show their appreciation. When I attended John Muir, I remember our school would thank for their service and hold a meaningful ceremony. When I attended John Muir, I remember how passionate every student was to support and appreciate every soldier and veteran that would show up. But as I got older, things had changed. In middle school, Veterans Day mostly meant a day off. And honestly, who doesn't enjoy taking a break during the week? High school feels the same. Another day off without much explanation behind it. At some point, I realized it didn't actually understand the real reason our country observes such an important holiday. I don't remember my high school curriculum taking the time to reflect and teaching us what this day meant. So I decided to do some research. Veterans Day goes back to our 28th president, Woodrow Wilson, and a historic moment on November 11th, 1918, when World War I officially ended at the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month. This became known as Armistice Day. Armistice meaning a temporary truce or agreement to stop fighting. The Treaty of Versailles, signed on June 28, 1919, formally ended the war between Germany and the Allied powers. Armistice Day carried mixed emotions. For those on active duty, there was relief, joy, disbelief, and deep sorrow for the friends they had lost. Families at home waited for brothers, sons, husbands, and parents to return, yet many never did. War always came with a cost. In 1938, Armistice Day became a national holiday. Every year, on the 11th month, the 11th day, and the 11th hour, Americans paused for a moment of silence to honor those who had served in World War I. Then in 1954, the holiday was renamed Veterans Day so that all veterans of every war and every generation would be honored. After learning all of this, I strongly believe Veterans Day is not just a holiday. It's a reminder of sacrifice, the courage, and freedom of our heroes. It's a day, and honestly a whole month, that our district should treat with more respect and intention. SAUSD highlights many celebrations, some of which aren't even nationally recognized. Let's not forget these who served. Let's honor them and educate our community with the true meaning of Veterans Day, because thanks to these men and women who wore the uniform, we are blessed with freedom. Thank you for your time.
Rodolfo.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rodolfo Duarte. I'm the proud executive director for the Nicholas Academic Centers. Good thing there's a time right here because I do babble a lot. But today I actually want to come before you and just share a little bit of my story in support of the Nicholas Academic Center. So I'm a proud SAUSD graduate. I went to Henninger and Willard Intermediate and Santa Ana High School. I remember in 10th grade, they came up to me and asked me, the NAC came up and asked me, like, hey, have you thought about going away for college? And that was the first time I really heard or felt the uneasiness of, I've never necessarily been asked that question to go away for college, also because I never saw that. People like me didn't necessarily go out for school, so I actually did not go to the NAC right away. I actually thought it was a scam, and I heard that from students, and I tell them, and I'm very honest with them. But one of my good friends ended up going to the NAC, and the place is real. I ended up going to Wabash College, which is a small liberal arts college for men in Indiana. And at the time, Rosa, one of my mentors, came and visited me out in school and making sure that I was doing okay. One of the first things that I felt being away from Santana, it's a bubble here, and that's what we tell our students, is that you can do it. No one made a mistake. You belong in that school. And so those words, although maybe it seems small, was the words I needed to be able to continue on my education. And I ended up graduating with neuroscience and a minor in computer science and math. And I actually worked as a software developer before transitioning into education. I also had the privilege of working with Valerie Magdaleno as a tutor for AVID, and I never really thought of actually going through in education, but I gravitated towards the students who were like me, who were a little bit wanting to push boundaries. And I've been proudly serving the NAC for now almost 10 years, now as executive director. And the things that we really focus on is making sure that our students get into college and graduate from college. So we follow them through the entire process. We visit them. We actually are just wrapping up our college visits. About 65 schools have been visited just this semester alone. We also give students stipends, and so every year students submit an application and we provide them a stipend that allows them to continue on their education. This year, SAUSD students are receiving close to $2.1 million this year alone. So every year it's around that range, about $2 million. And so I know that we have made the commitment to be here in SAUSD, and we love being in SAUSD, so thank you so much for your time.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jorge Gonzalez, and I'm also a proud veteran. On the 11th of this month, I went through a few places to eat for free. And, you know, they feed us for free. And, well, thank God. Is my time gone? Okay. Yes. I came here from Mexico in 1965 on the 4th month, the 3rd day of the year of 1965. I've been here since then. I proudly served this country. At that time, I was not an American citizen, you know, when I was drafted. Drafting means, you know, you come over with me, you know. Anyway, like I said, I served in this country, and I probably did. I came to America not alone, but with all of my family. My father, rest in peace, he brought us here, all of us, and we were 10 siblings. It was a big family. Well, it is beautiful to have a big family because, thank God, I still have two of them, I'm sorry. In the past 60 years that I've been in this country, you know, I've always been trying to get an education and working. I was working for MTA, Metropolitan Transit Authority, as a mechanic, and I retired from them 13 years ago. And, you know, Mexican customs are fine and all of these things, right? I'm a Mexican, like I said, you know, I'm proud of it. My roots and all of these things are always behind me. And I was going to say this. If you want to help Santa Ana families, help prepare them to become American citizens. And not only that, but patriots, you know, that love and respect not only the laws, but the people that renders the service to all the people to continue to have this law that we have, you know, like police, medics, etc., you know, being two but as one, you know. And like I said, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And, you know, the Day of the Dead, it's fine, you know, but let us remember again, you know, the people that served us. You know, the people that went to the front and hold the country on their hands, you know, period.
Next, we have Kareem Hossan, followed by Anthony Navarro, followed by Rudy Montoya.
Good evening, Mr. Bustos, members of the board, and the community here. My name is Kareem, and I'm a Middle College High School senior who aspires to major in environmental engineering. 24 years, Within that time frame, Santa Ana has undergone a pandemic, soil lead contamination, and a high percentage of emergency asthma cases within our community. Yet those same 24 years left our environmental education policy unchanged. Making a change to this is 100% necessary if we want to better our community. Although Santa Ana Unified has complied with SB 720, it's clear that environmental education is not given the necessary attention and care it deserves. Throughout my life, I found that I'm never truly taught environmental literacy through our educational system. In many instances, teachers would mention climate change, but I'd never known what it was until I took researching and actively choosing the right classes into my own hands. Now, with the passion I've gained for the environment and respect I have for all citizens of Santa Ana, I believe that it's important that we make our community aware of the ecological issues that we face. Tonight, I gather you a coalition, one passionate about making a positive environmental impact not only within our community, but also within our district. We hope our efforts tonight will allow you, as district board members, to consider updating BP 6142.5 with a vivid and relevant outline for environmental education. As a coalition, we've spent time collecting various research we felt was necessary to address to you all as the board of our education. Tonight, our presentations will discuss personal experiences, local climate issues, environmental education in local districts, and the update of BP 6142.5. Please take into consideration what we have to say. As we discuss the importance of updating our board policy, we want to present to you our personal experience regarding environmental literacy. A survey conducted in Middle College High School shows results attesting that students reach up to high school without receiving any signs of environmental education from their intermediate or elementary schools. Nearly 80% of them believe in the importance of environmental literacy, but none reported having complete satisfaction with their knowledge on the subject. Updating this policy is vital for not only addressing SAUSD's environmental illiteracy, but also addressing Santa Ana's environmental issues. We cannot paint ourselves as a community that doesn't face climate challenges. It's well known that our community is already a targeted region for environmental injustice. As Anthony discusses further about our environmental issues, we want you, as district board members, to consider how vital addressing these issues is to Santa Ana. Consider the increase in our community's civic involvement and the potential for further greatness for our youth. But also don't forget to consider how our future youth may feel about the heavy rain, the deteriorating air, and the injustice we face, which we regard as normal. SAUSD, please consider what impact we can make in the next 24 years.
Anthony?
Good evening, Board of Education. My name is Anthony Navarro, and I am a senior at Middle College High School. So, following Kareem's speech, I will be elaborating on environmental education policies at other districts, which we should focus on Anaheim and Irvine. As I've noticed, they've come up with multiple solutions as to how to properly guide other students onto a pathway that can properly guide them to teach them what they need to know about the current environment. So, starting with our current district, Chapman University had made an article called the Sustainability Article that classified our city as an environmental justice community of concern, where residents, primarily people of color and low income, experience the harm of environmental injustices firsthand. For example, Santa Ana has alarming levels of lead contamination in its soil. Studies by the Orange County Environment Justice and Organization and UCI Public Health revealed that over 50% of tested sites in 2018 contained lead levels unsafe for children, far higher than the national average of 25%. Long-term lead exposure greatly affects the health of our children, from increased seizures to learning disabilities and other long-term health conditions. These are not mere statistics, they are a way of life for too many of our students and families. Addressing these issues thoroughly is not just necessary, it's overdue. Although we face these concerns, we can draw inspiration from our neighboring districts to address environmental issues. For example, the Anaheim Union High School District has developed a curriculum that goes beyond the current available knowledge of environmental education. It provides students with actionable steps to create change, offering guidance and supervision that inspires participation in impactful environmental ways. Meanwhile, the Irvine Unified School District has tackled funding barriers to outdoor education programs by creating collaborative solutions. They combine resources from parents and schools to make sure that all students have equal opportunities for programs regardless of their financial background. These changes not only allow students to enhance their environmental literacy, but develop a closer connection to the natural world and what it means to live sustainably, thereby making the learning process more interactive and memorable. Learning from our neighbors, we as a district can easily draw inspiration to strengthen our environmental education efforts. By adopting an actionable curriculum like Anaheim and addressing financial barriers as Irvine has, Santa Ana Unified can better equip students to face the city's environmental challenges. Whether it's educating the youth to tackle issues like lead contamination or providing outdoor experiences to connect students with nature, these small activities demonstrate how SAUSD can transform the approach to empower the next generation of environmental leaders. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board and the community here. My name is Rudy Montoya, and I'm a senior at Middle College High School. As we conclude our discussion on neighboring districts like Anaheim Union and Irvine Unified, their approach to environmental education programs showcase how students can be empowered to address local challenges. These examples emphasize Santa Ana Unified's potential to enhance its approach to environmental education. By building on our existing policy and drawing inspiration from these districts, SAUSD can create a more effective curriculum that prepares students to lead and make a meaningful contribution to the community. According to Board Policy 614-2.5, its purpose is to promote environmental literacy by integrating ecological education into the school curriculum. The policy encourages schools to teach how human actions impact planetary health and develop responsibility among students through their sustainability and eco-friendly practices. Its overall goal is to develop a community that values and protects the environment. While the policy sets a strong foundation for environmental literacy, it holds some weaknesses. It's important to note that the policy has remained unchanged since 2012, therefore disregarding many potential modern ecological concerns. The policy is vague and lacks detailed units to cover or specific programs to refer to, making it harder for schools to implement it effectively. Additionally, the policy needs to hold schools accountable, or they might not see the need for the implementation. Despite the benefits of environmental education, it has yet to be treated highly in our district. Some teachers have not fully integrated into their curriculum, and many seem to see it as nothing more than a dumbed-down biology. Not only is this view wrong, but it is a harmful mindset. Environmental education goes beyond simply teaching interesting facts about ecosystems. It provides real-life skills such as problem solving, understanding climate issues, and knowing how to take action on behalf of the health of our planet. It's not about knowing what climate change is, but rather understanding how it affects the air we breathe and the deep-rooted issues it has on our community. When schools choose to ignore these lessons, they send a message that they do not prioritize enriching an education and creating a sustainable future. We need to stop treating environmental education as an insignificant afterthought. Like other academic subjects, it is relevant to everyone's lives, especially with all the urgency in environmental issues. We aim to propose a new curriculum ideas that will modernize the board policy, address its current issues, and ensure students understand today's critical environmental issues. Thank you.
Next, we have Andrew Nguyen, Sonia Green, and Jessica Godinez.
Good evening, Mr. Bustos, members of the board, and the community here. My name is Andrew Nguyen, and I too am a senior at Middle College High School. Santa Ana struggles with the lack of a structured environmental literacy curriculum, which drastically affects our community's care for impact and change. To demonstrate a need for environmental literacy, a survey was given to my fellow peers. This survey indicated that half of the student body relied more on personal research and social media to educate themselves on topics like climate change rather than school education. Implementing a new curriculum does not mean requiring a significant change. In fact, it costs little to nothing to add to the current science curriculum, especially with all the online resources and lesson plans available and accessible to all teachers. The only concern is Santa Ana Unified School District's ability to promote and provide the necessary materials to officially attach a lesson on environmental literacy. Addressing local issues such as air pollution through lesson plans may allow for a solution to climate issues we face. We can educate via the means of physical activities or exercises regarding recycling and eco-friendly alternatives that address those concerns. We can educate our youth on what soil lead contamination is and why we should care. We can educate our youth on our imperfections as a city so we can fight for what's right. In the end, environmental education is not just an additional subject. It is essential in today's world. The challenges of climate change combined with local issues such as pollution, droughts, and depletion of natural resources should enable us, as members of Santa Ana Unified, to supply our students with the knowledge and skills necessary to understand such problems. Making such a change for environmental literacy is essential as it allows students to understand the science that creates these issues, engage in sustainable practices, advocate for the community, and seek hands-on solutions by finding processes to benefit all of us. Integrating environmental education into core learning will enable SAUSD to adequately equip students to become aware, responsible citizens who would go out of their way to protect the environment on behalf of the future generations. Modernizing our approach to environmental education will help students understand local issues such as air pollution, water conservation, and climate change while fostering a sense of responsibility and empowerment to make a difference. Now is the time to prioritize this education. We would like for you, as SAUSD board members, to update BP 614 2.5 and promote possible curriculum ideas for our SAUSD board members. It is a crucial time to begin creating a sustainable future and giving students the resources they need to build a greener and more resilient world. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, everyone. I'm a native California, born in Newport, raised in Westminster, and I've seen a lot of things change here, starting with education and how we appreciate certain holidays. And I just kind of wanted to acknowledge that growing up, we've learned a lot of great history. It was truthful to somewhat now becoming untruthful. So I'd like to start here. The first people in California were indigenous people who lived here for thousands of years before Europeans arrived. The first European to land on the coast was Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo in 1542, claiming the land for Spain. Later Spanish missionary Junipero Serra is considered the founder of California for his role in establishing the mission system starting in 1769. Spain lost control of California in 1821 when Mexico gained independence and California became a Mexican territory. Spain's rule officially ended with the success of Mexico's war for independence. Later in 1848, the United States acquired territory from Mexico following the Mexican-American War via the Treaty Guadalupe Hidalgo. Under Mexican rule, California saw a shift from Spanish mission system to a more secularized ranchero economy. The territory was transferred to the United States after the Mexican-American War, 1846 to 1848. Treaty Guadalupe Hidalgo. The war ended with the 1848 Treaty Hidalgo, which forced Mexico to cede a large portion of its territory, including California, to the United States. The United States agreed to pay Mexico a sum of $15 million and assumed $3.25 million in debt that Mexico owed to American citizens. Before the war, the U.S. had attempted to purchase California and New Mexico for up to $30 million, but the offer was rejected. The U.S. forces occupied Mexico City. The Mexican government, facing a total collapse, was compelled to negotiate and ultimately accept the terms of the treaty. The birth of Santa Ana. Santa Ana, California was founded in 1869 by William H. Spurgeon, and he purchased acres of land, which was 74 acres of land, and laid out the city. While Spurgeon founded the modern city, the area itself was first explored by the Spanish in 1769 when Don Gaspar de Portoria named a valley and river Santa Ana after St. Anne. Founder William H. Spurgeon, a settler from Central California, is credited with founding the city and laying out the township or the town site in 1869. He was also the first mayor. Early history. The land was once part of the Rancho Santiago de Santa Ana, which was originally granted in Jose Antonio Yorba in 1810. Spurgeon purchased the land from Yorba family heirs to establish the new town. So there was an exchange here. There was agreements here. Nobody took anything from Mexico. The world's been burning since the world's been turning. I want to make that noted. So our American veterans made not just California, but Santa Ana a place where many wanted to come and live in peace. Thank you to our veterans. Thank you.
I have to read. Hello, Superintendent Doctora Perez and board members. I first raised the question of inclusion in 2021 when my son attended Madison, and later realized it is a systemic issue. Across multiple schools within SAUSD, special education students are being denied textbooks and standards-aligned curriculum and are being taught by teachers who admit they lack training in district-adopted materials. To their principals or assistant principals, many whom used to be special education coordinators. Instead of standard-based instruction, these students receive unvetted worksheets and busy work. At the same time, the district advises parents on helping students to close reading gaps, while their own teachers are untrained to do so. SAUSD cannot close gaps when students are denied access to the curriculum itself. Placing a student with disabilities, including those with dyslexia, in a general education classroom while denying them textbooks, trained teachers, evidence-based reading instruction, access to core curriculum subjects, and legally mandated IEP supports is not inclusion. It is a denial of FAPE, it is discrimination, and it segregates them in plain sight. Last year, I requested a public records on teacher training for adopted curriculum and special education materials. The district produced 0 records, not because the request wasn't clear, but because no such trainings existed. SAUSD cannot claim to close achievement gaps while violating the laws designed to prevent inequity. Others have fought this fight. Mendez, Brown, ADA. Why must our community still fight day after day for educational equity? The issue I am presenting to you around the Williams Act are not based on privilege. Some come here before this board blind to the privilege that their children have a choice to read from different books on a shelf, while children like mine, who look like me, have access to 0. Tonight, I'm here to once again demand a district-wide compliance audit of textbook distribution, curriculum implementation, teacher training, and also English learner identification practices. The law requires better. Our students deserve better, and this board is legally responsible for delivering it. Once again, I mentioned that we do have a new superintendent. I can name Dr. Lamendi, and I can say that she failed us, parents and students. Previous superintendent, Jerry Almendares, he also failed us. He didn't listen. I ask you to listen. And please look into this, because my son was here in 2021. It's now, we're almost 2026, and the issue has not changed. Inclusion needs to be intentional. Thank you.
That concludes public presentations.
Alrighty, thank you so much. With that, we're going to go ahead and move on to our consent calendar. Do any of my fellow board members wish to remove any items from the consent calendar? Items 11.1 through 11.15, and our consent calendar items on construction and bond-related items 12.1 through 12.4. Ms. Lepsak, any items from you?
Yes. 11.4, 11.6, 11.7, 11.8, 11.9, 11.10, 11.13, 14, 12.2.
Okay. Dr. Alvarez? Ms. Magdaleno?
Ms. Lepsak pulled mine.
Ms. Brazier Aceves?
Just 11.6, but it's already been pulled.
Okay. And given our time constraint and our presentation, board members will only have 3 minutes for each item. So let's go ahead and move to, or can I get a motion to approve the remaining items?
Motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the remaining items? Okay, seeing and hearing none, let's proceed to vote. Okay, on a 5 yes vote, the motion carries. Let's move to 11.4.
Approval of extended field trips in accordance with Board Policy 6153, school-sponsored trips, Administrative Regulation 6153, school-sponsored trips, Administrative Regulation 6153.1, extended school-sponsored trip, and Board Policy 5145.31, transgender, non-binary, and gender non-conforming students.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Go ahead, Ms. Lepsak, 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'll vote no on the overnighters, not because I want kids to go on overnighters. I want them to have these great experiences, but it's because of our district policy. It's currently being challenged in the federal court. Our overnight policy states that school staff cannot disclose any child's gender identity to parents without a child's permission, and age is not a factor. Yesterday, there was a federal court hearing called Marabelli versus Olson in Escondido. It was on the NBC News, but I'm not sure who saw it. Anybody see that big court case? Nobody here saw it. Did you see it, Dr. Perez? I hope so, because it has a statewide impact. Judge Benitez is leaning in favor of the constitutional rights of parents, and the California Department of Ed apparently ignored an injunction by the judge to withdraw these anti-parent directives to school districts based on some content in the PRISM training that tells teachers to deceive parents. The PRISM training, the California Department of Ed had that in the PRISM training, which teachers are now taking, okay, based on AB 5. They have to take it for the next 5 years, starting this year. And if anybody noticed, it was disabled last week. That's why, because the California Department ignored a judge's directive. And so this is why the California Department of Ed abruptly disabled PRISM last week and is making adjustments until further notice. Do you know, Dr. Perez, if PRISM is back up again?
It was not as of Friday.
Okay, this is a big deal, folks. And I think as educators, we need to be on top of this. This is going on right now, right here. And I know everybody's busy, but we do have lawyers and we're paying them a lot of money. And, I did talk to one of our lawyers tonight and he knew nothing about it. I think our lawyers need to know these things, okay? Because it's affecting our school district and it's affecting the whole state of California.
Any other discussion? Okay, seeing and hearing none, let's proceed to vote. Go ahead. On a 3 yes, 1 no vote with Dr. Alvarez absent, the motion carries. Let's move to item 11.6.
Approval, ratification of listing of agreements, contracts with Santa Ana Unified School District for 2025 to 2026 school year.
Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Go ahead, Ms. Lepsak.
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to just ask about the number one, and I loved it that we had some guest speakers here talking about NAC, which is the Henry Nicholas Education Foundation. And we're talking about a 3-year renewal of $646,650. And just want to ask a few questions for the community because, we are in a budget crunch, right? And so I think we always need to vet our programs and not just approve, but let's ask some questions so everybody can know why we're approving certain programs and keeping on with them and looking, okay, which ones do we want to keep? Which ones should we look at again? So I think questions we ask is how many students is it benefiting? Are we getting the most out of our money? So I know we have 3 locations, Valley, Century, and a community center, correct?
Yes.
About 250 students are served. How much does NAC match annually to what we are investing?
Dr. Alvarado? She's prepared to answer some of the questions that we have tonight.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Just to answer your question in terms of who it's benefiting, currently we have 419 SAUSD students that are participating in the program, 185 of which are seniors. So we are engaging in a 3-year multi-contract with NAC. We have been a partner with NAC for the last 16 years, hence why we're engaging in a multi-year contract. There is a reduction in cost from last year, so we did engage in reducing the cost. So the cost from previous years was reduced by $300,000, but there's not a reduction in services. Our students continue to receive the same services towards college access, increasing degree completion. You heard earlier that there's follow-up to ensure enrollment and persistence in college completion. And was there a second question?
Yeah, I was wondering, how many years have we had NAC in SAUSD?
So our partnership began in 2009.
Okay.
That was with the first location in the city of Santa Ana. And then because of the success, expanded to a second location, Valley. And then in 2016, our third location, which is in Century High School.
And I know we have a NAC expert here in the audience, but I'm sure they give us stats as far as the outcomes that they're producing. So as far as the alumni who have gone through the NAC program, how many have completed or graduated from college, a four-year college?
So when we look at, can I continue?
Go ahead and answer that
Okay.
question, and then
So
we're gonna
when we
move on.
look at completion rates, if we look at students who are completing, receiving a degree after 4 years, that's 50% of students that were 50% of the students that were enrolled in NAC complete a 4-year degree within 4 years, and that is higher, about 20% higher than the national average. Students that participate in NAC, if within 5 years, that's a 75% rate, which is close to 30% higher than the national rate. And then students who take 6 years to complete a BA, that's 81%, which is 21%. So just demonstrating a high level of persistence in terms of college completion.
Thank you.
Ms. Magdaleno?
Yes, no comments, Dr. Alvarado. No questions, just comments. Just so everyone knows, I am a proud NAC alumni. I started at the NAC in 2012 when I was a freshman in high school and graduated with them in 2016. So very proud of this, agreement coming forward. And just a few highlights that I wanted to speak about today. So we currently have 2,280 NAC SAUSD alumni, right? So 95% of the alumni are Latinos, Latinas that had graduated from our schools, so we should be very proud. 95% of our alumni are first-generation college students, me included, right? That's amazing. Attending amazing universities, Ivy Leagues, Harvard, Yale, Columbia, but also community college, giving us the resources we need to move on like I did. I went to Santa Ana College. I transferred to Cal State Fullerton and then eventually moved on to Long Beach to get my master's degree. The NAC has been there for me along the way. From high school to my undergrad, even to my master's degree, I would still reach out to Rudy, which he's been amazing. So I'm very happy that this is coming forward and that we've been building this partnership for years now. And the NAC is investing $52.9 million, $15.5 million are just scholarships that go to our students after they graduate. That is amazing. That is amazing. No one else is going to, there are other scholarships, but that's just amazing work that the NAC is doing. And then $37.4 million go to our community centers here in Santa Ana. So I just want to give that brief, stats and highlight and just thank the Nicholas Academic Center for everything that they're doing for our students. When I was there, it was great, but when I go visit it, it's even better now. And I just want to give them their props because even the staff most of them are alumni. So they're just happy to be there and relate to the students and understand what they're going through. And also they've been in the same shoes that the students have been in. So just couldn't say enough amazing things about them. So just thank you for the things you guys are doing. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you. Ms. Brazier-Aceves?
Yes, thank you. Good evening. I also wanted to take a moment to convey my strong support for our district's continued partnership with the Nicholas Academic Center and just take a moment to express my deep gratitude for its decades-long transformative impact on Santa Ana students. Just a little bit of history.
that I always find so interesting, because I often have the honor to hear it directly from the first NAC students. So in the 1990s, under Judge Mandel's tutoring program that they called the Judge's Kids at Santa Ana High School, what started as an organic group of students who still serve today on the board for the Nicholas Academic Center, still continue to show up for their community and have come back to, they went away to college out of state under the Judge's support and guidance, first generation college students, and then came back and now continue to serve our students. And so what started in the library at Santa Ana High School has now turned into this extremely comprehensive support system, which we've heard a little bit about tonight, serving our students from 8th grade through college and even into their careers and post-secondary degrees. And the numbers, every year they share the numbers with us, and it's incredible. We heard a little bit tonight from Dr. Alvarado as well, the numbers, the rates of not only going to college, but the retention piece that often might get overlooked in these conversations about how we support our students getting to college and career. Recently, actually, Dr. Perez and I were meeting with a local elected official, and we saw the NAC leadership walking out as we were coming in for our meeting. And we heard that they were there to talk about how do we now take it to that next step and support our graduates who are finishing college out of state at Ivy Leagues, at all these amazing colleges across the country. And then how do we support them as they come back to our community and make sure we continue to build their networks so that our students who are incredible have that opportunity as first generation professionals after graduating college to get that professional role. So just the depth, what I've had the privilege to see over the last maybe decade of partnering in the community and seeing their work, just the level of care and commitment to our students is something that it may be unparalleled. I would dare to say and be proud to say. And I think to my colleague, Ms. Magdaleno's point is that most of the staff, the organization is intentional that most of the staff have come through the NAC, and so they're able to relate and just provide that extra special level of support to our students. So I'm excited to be able to approve this, and I want to say thank you for your flexibility in the cost. We heard tonight that it actually was reduced, and we know just how supportive your organization has been and all of the funds you're pouring into our community, so thank you.
Thank you. I just keep my comments brief. I think the best way to learn about whether a program is working in our district or not is to hear directly from our students. And we heard from Emmanuel this evening about his experience. And anytime that I talk to a student that's part of the Nicholas Academic Center, they are so proud to say that they are part of the NAC and that they're a NAC scholar and that they're going to college as a result of being able to be a part of this program. And then you also see it, of course, in the staff who were SAUSD students, who were part of the Nicholas Academic Center, and now have come back and want to serve our students. And so I want to thank you all for your partnership. I see you all every day, and just maybe not physically, but I see the work and the labor that goes into this type of support for our students. And I know that it doesn't just end in high school, when our students graduate. And I know that a lot of programs are run that way, right? But you all continue to support our students even beyond high school to make sure that we're preparing them not only to get to college, but then I think the harder part is actually make sure that they actually stay in college and graduate from college, right? And that can be difficult for students, especially students who are first generation, who are navigating, one, the system of applying to college and actually getting there, but then two, actually being successful while they're in college and being able to find their community. So just thank you for your service. Thank you for your commitment to our students in our school district. It really does mean a lot. Okay. Dr. Alvarez, any comments, questions from you? Okay. Ms. Lepsak, go ahead, your final question, and Ms. Magdaleno, final question, please, so we can move on.
No question. Just wanted to say, when I ask these questions, it's because I have to do a little catch-up to learn about these various programs in our district, because I'm older than them, so I didn't experience them personally. And even though I taught in the district, I was in elementary school, so I didn't have access to NAC. So I'm trying to do my due diligence, and I did actually call some of the students just to get their firsthand, because I agree with President Bustos that hearing from the students is key. And so I did make some of those calls, and in fact, I asked some of them to come and speak on regards to NAC tonight. To help not only me, because there's a lot of people in the same boat I'm in that they really don't know what it is either. So I'm just really grateful also that they took it down $300,000 a year for 3 years. And it sounds to me, according to Trustee Magdaleno, that they are giving matching above and beyond, it sounds like. So I'm glad our students are able to benefit for such a program.
Ms. Magdaleno, your final comment.
Just really quick, I didn't want to move on from this item without also recognizing the Assistance League of Santa Ana. They do amazing work, and I believe this is for the Uniforms Operation School Boat that they do. I went to volunteer during the summer, and it was just amazing to experience, amazing to be there with our own high school students, packing uniforms for pre-K students, for the little ones all the way to middle school, I believe. And just thank you to the Assistance Leagues of Santa Ana, because not only do they help us do Operation School Boat, but they go above and beyond for our families. And I got a little bit of information here. I have 2 minutes, let me see. They provide monthly food pantries for Lathrop and Henninger, which is amazing. They also do 3 to 4 food distributions at Madison if anyone is looking. They help with emergency relief for families if needed. They do dental, they have a dental center, free and low cost, you know, a variety of services the Assistance League covers. So if you need any help, please reach out. They have resources, you know, or they can point you to the right direction. But I didn't want to move on without, you know, highlighting them as well and thanking them for their partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and move to item, actually, let's go ahead and proceed to vote if there are no other questions or comments. On a 5 yes vote, the motion carries. Let's move to item 11.7.
Approval of no-cost agreements, contracts with Santa Ana Unified School District for 2025 to 26 school year.
Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Ms. Lepsak?
Yes, just some questions on the gate. You know, that's part of it here. And how do students actually qualify for gate? Do all our schools offer gate? And what % of our students are in gate? That's it.
Hi, good evening. Marisela Roque, I'm Director of Elementary Student Achievement. And your first question was, how do students qualify for GATE? And we do have an identification process for our gifted learners. We do universal testing for all of our second graders. That's the initial pass where all of our second graders have an opportunity to take the Naglieri test. So that's one way. There's a referral process from the teachers, and the parents are involved also, and then staff makes recommendations. They look at multiple assessments and different ways that they can qualify. So there is some criteria that we look through to see if students that demonstrate giftedness qualify to go into the GATE program. And then we do also include our students who may be twice exceptional also. So sometimes our students with in special education are also part of that criteria process, part of that process when we're identifying our students for GATE. And your second question was
what % of our students
regarding the % of our students. We have about 10% of our students, and that's 3rd grade through 12th grade that are GATE identified. So about 3,400 students.
And do all our schools offer GATE?
Yes, all of our schools do offer the GATE program. We do have at the district level a GATE program coordinator that meets monthly with each one of our school site GATE coordinators. So all of them work together as a team to be able to get students through the referral process, to identify students that are GATE, They also work together to provide families opportunities to learn more about what it means to have a gifted child in the household. They also work together to provide the students enrichment activities, better known as like GATE Symposium. The GATE coordinators at their school sites have site level activities and enrichment opportunities to provide for our GATE students, and in conjunction with the district level opportunities that we provide for our families and our students.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing and hearing none, let's proceed to vote. On a 5 yes vote, the motion carries. Let's move to item 11.8.
Approval ratification of listing of grant award applications with Santa Ana Unified School District for the 2025 to 2026 school year.
Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Ms. Lepsak?
Yeah, I wanted to look at number 1 and number 3. Number 1 is the career ed workforce. And it's actually not really questions, but I just want to make some comments that I do want to thank our communication team for highlighting many of our CTE programs on social media and interviewing students about these various programs. I met with Josie and I told her I learned a lot. You know, it's hard to physically get to every school, but just sitting with her and like going through all the different social media and what's being promoted, it helped me learn more about our district as a whole. And we have a lot of programs, which is I'm really proud of. In October, the SAUSD's Instagram and Facebook generated 1.43 million views. And my understanding is it's the highest monthly total ever recorded in our district. So I just want to give a shout out to, Fermine, for Josie, for Lorena, for Michelle, Nate, Andrew, Ray, Gilbert, Siklali? Okay, got it. Anyways, but thank you. I think you guys are doing a great job. I was told that we're the top school district in Orange County for total followers, which is over 27,000 followers. And I'm not a big social media person, but I'm getting there. I'm getting better. Anyways, and I did want to, I was learning things about our CTE and career ed workforce, such as Santa Ana High School's media team, the Saintly Films. I'm excited to see some of those films. SAC's STEAM Career Expo, where students are being mentored by industry professionals. I know Segerstrom was promoted through KTLA recently, their VAPA, their girls basketball team, the engineering. Of course, you mentioned the district breakfast at Godinez, and I thought that was awesome. By the way, thank you for what you did because it really highlighted to the community our CTE pathways, but you didn't just present it yourself, you let the kids present it, and they did a fantastic job. I love the personal interaction you allowed us to have with them by having them sit at our tables and allowing us to ask questions of them. And I know Steve Long, thank you, Steve Long, and your team for putting a lot of that together as well and preparing the students for that. I was able to, actually this past week, I was able to see the result of one of our career programs because one of our female Police Explorer students told me that she was recently hired in Corona due to the excellent training that she received through our Explorer program here at SAUSD. So that was exciting to be a part of the swear-in. Okay, and then now I have 9 seconds, but the next one is for number 3.
Go ahead.
Okay. For number 3, this relates to some of the public comments that we received about special education. Not actually this time, but last board meeting about special ed transition and workability programs. Because some of the parents said that they weren't feeling that. Well, we're getting a lot of public comments from parents of special ed in a lot of, I'm trying to keep track of it. But it's obviously an issue that I hope we're addressing. I'm going to start attending the CAC meetings so I can hear more of what's the feeling and how are these being addressed. Apparently, this one is the workability program. So I know we have the food truck through High School Inc. for kids with special needs that are getting job training skills. I was wondering if there's other avenues of workability that we're doing besides the food truck? Do you have that answer? Okay, because somebody asked that at our last public comment.
Thank you, Jeanette.
I appreciate you providing the context here. So it sounds like we're talking more about our students who are in adult transition types of programs.
Well, not just adult, because I think, for high school, they do have transition goals. And so I think that would be part of our high school students too.
So by the time a student is 16, we do have them on what's called a transition plan, which is a set of coordinated activities that they do. Can you not hear me? That is intended to move them in the direction of their dreams, whatever that may be. When we start moving kids into more structured types of programs like workability and TPP, they do have opportunities for the curriculum-based instruction, which I think is what you're hearing from our families. But we also provide a wide variety of other types of services. So that includes working through nutritional services, custodial work at different school sites, coffee cart, gardening assistance, farm-to-school programs, but they also work at churches. And we have partnerships to allow them to participate in a work environment to actually hold jobs and earn money at places like Smart and Final, the Santa Ana Zoo, various pizza places throughout the community, various restaurants, Fountain Bowl, Avenue of the Arts Hotel, and Walmart.
That's great to know.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And we are having, this is our subject of training at our next CAC meeting, which is on Thursday evening.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Seeing and hearing no other discussion, let's proceed to vote. On a 5 yes vote, the motion carries. Let's move to item 11.9.
Approval ratification of listing of software license agreements with Santa Ana Unified School District for 2025-26 school year.
Can I get a motion to approve? I will motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Go ahead, Ms. Lepsak.
Okay, I'm just looking at number 2, 3, 7, and 17, because these are the areas dealing with curriculum and lesson planning. So number 2 is education.com. It's for Greenville Supplemental Learning Library. Number 3 is accelerated reader subscription. Number 7 is a online history software. And number 17 is classroom music instruction lesson planning. So my question in these is, how is our district vetting material based on the Supreme Court case Mahmoud versus Taylor? How are we including, as we're looking at supplemental resources, are we flagging certain materials or content that may be controversial for students and or parents? And if any materials are considered controversial based on religious beliefs, how are we then notifying parents and providing them an opportunity for opt-out?
So I see Ms. Barkeen coming up, but I do want to share, go ahead and come on up. But I do want to share that around Mahmoud versus Taylor, we are working with legal, as you well know, and we will be sharing information because there's a rollout. We don't want to just put information out there without the supports for what our staff needs to be aware of. And so we need to have a parallel of information sharing so that it's not that we don't have plans to notify families. We definitely do. But we need to make sure that our systems are in place so that as parents start to request and make the opt-out, that we have a way to actually respond to that appropriately and give them, the ability to do that. And so that requires training. And so I want to preface all of this conversation to say there are a multitude of layers to us actually implementing what is Mahmoud versus Taylor. So I just want to give that context.
And that is really important context that I was going to reiterate up here as well. As far as curricular materials, we are looking at that. It is up to the publishers to actually present us with content that could potentially be controversial and things that need to be shared
with parents in this way. So really, honestly, it's for us developing the process now to make sure that we are reinforcing that and making sure that our publishers are clearly sharing that information.
How long do you think until we are going to start communicating that to parents? Or to the board?
Yeah, it will come to our board first so that you guys know the process and, you know, we're rooted in board policy as well. We're ready to do that. I would say in the next, by January, we'll be sharing information with the board and then rolling out the process. But we do need to make sure, again, that our staff, because there's clearly delineated things that we need to ensure that staff are aware of. Otherwise, we're putting things out there and leaving our classroom teachers unaware and vulnerable to have folks believe or think that they're not being transparent. We don't want that. We want them to fully understand what the expectation of all of us as staff really are related to Mahmoud versus Taylor.
Thank you.
Seeing and hearing no other comments, let's proceed to vote. On a 5-yes vote, the motion carries. Let's move to item 11.10.
Approval ratification of listing of disposal of obsolete, unrepairable computer equipment, miscellaneous surplus equipment, and furniture.
Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion. Can I get a second? I will second. Any discussion? Ms. Lepsak?
I know we heard a lot of students from Middle College tonight talk about environmental justice, and one student talked about having real-life skills in problem solving. And I brought this up before, early on when I was on the board, about our disposal of obsolete items. You know, I know when I was first on the board, I think we had hundreds of Chromebooks we were getting rid of. Now I think we have a lot of purifiers because we had a lot of purifiers during COVID. Some of which were hard to find filters for, if I remember correctly. But, you know, and these all relate. And how can we get these students tied in to some of our own real issues? They don't have to be, hypothetical. We have issues right here, right now. And getting, being a, fairly large district, when we have to get rid of all of these things, rather than just putting them in the landfill, maybe they can, find creative problem solving. I don't have the answers, but maybe they do. I'm just putting it out there. Just a comment.
Okay, any other comments?
Oh, I do have one more comment. I have to say a shout out to one of the speakers who is Anthony Navarro, who is my neighbor, and he is an environmental scientist because he's very good at mowing the lawn every week.
Can I go ahead, Ms. Brazier-Seves?
I wanted to request maybe in the B2B, I don't know if we have time to get into it now, but just looking at the list and the conversation around the Chromebooks, I know we've had a conversation like briefly offline, but I think it's important for my colleagues on the board to also have that information, and maybe it's, can be resent out around our Chromebooks and just kind of how we, like what is the process for a student that's going to graduate, or if a Chromebook is lost. And as far as, like, are there any, I guess, like, potential, I'm thinking of a student who maybe, had some issues because they thought, there was some miscommunication about their Chromebook, whether it was returned or not. So just some more information on that would be helpful. So then, one, I want to know exactly what our protocols and policies are, and also so I can, just support our students and talk them through if they approach me with this question again.
Just to clarify, and we can provide information in B2B, I don't want to assume that I know what you're referencing, but I believe that we're talking about if a student is issued any type of device and they lose, damage, things along those lines, what is the process and implications maybe for that? I know in particular there was a situation where a student was under the impression that they would not be able to have access to their diploma because of those things. And so you're asking for clarification on what actually are the implications should something like that occur for a student.
Yeah, and if there is a quick way to share, I mean, it might be, I think it's important for our staff to have clarity on that too, because I think in that instance that, we were discussing, there may have been practices happening that maybe aren't our policy, things like that. So.
Yeah, I think through the AR, it would be helpful for us to share that, not just with the staff who's here, but really all of our staff to say, this is our board policy, and then here's the AR as the administrator, this is how you implement, and people could have had misinformation. So we can definitely make sure that that information is shared widely through the system.
Thank you. And the reason I'm bringing this forward is because, it's very important that our students are not held back in any kind of way based on, a piece of equipment. And, we see these lists and lists of, old equipment coming through, and I would never want our students to have those barriers, or also maybe, think that might be the accurate policy and then stop there and then not have opportunities that they had readily available and just missed opportunities. So thank you.
Ms. Magdaleno?
Yeah, just really quick, going back into the environmental framework. I know we have this great organization called Green MPNA, Madison Park Neighborhood Association, where they've been doing a lot of the groundwork. And I know they have a lot of data. Maybe we can connect with them and see how we can help the students out, whether it's lead soil contamination, air pollution. We know all of that affects our students. So maybe if we can connect with them, if we aren't already, and provide the board some information on how that's going.
Thank you. And I wasn't going to bring this up, but since you did, I will respond. That was actually the notes, and the team went out and talked with the students. The goal would be for them to be co-creating this curriculum with us as a district and really tackle the real world problems that we do have in our community. And, with disposing of different materials, our kids are brilliant. They will come up with 10 times better solutions than we've got at our fingertips right now. So yes, that's actually what the team was talking with our students about.
Thank you. Let's take care of our world while we can with the little impact, actually great impact that we can have. Thank you.
Ms. Brazier-Chavez, final comment.
Yeah, just briefly, since we kind of have this conversation going, I wanted to thank our students for bringing the topic up as well. I know students and colleagues have reached out in the past around some of the issues that were discussed, and I am just putting it out there as food for thought. I know in some of the site visits that I've done, some of our campuses do focus on environmental science or science in general. So I'm wondering if maybe there's some overlap and we can get creative. I know I'm thinking Edison Elementary with environmental science, and then Jackson with just science in general. And so even starting with our younger students as a learning opportunity, and also to tackle these issues. So thank you.
Thank you. Seeing and hearing no other comments, let's proceed to vote. On a 5 yes vote, the motion carries. Let's go to item 11.13.
Approval of revised job description, expanded learning instructional apprentice.
Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Any discussion? Ms. Lepsak?
Yeah, I know we wanted to take out the 40 units requirement, and that makes sense because if we're going to have an apprentice, they can't come in with 2 years of school, since Santa Ana College is a 2-year college typically. But it didn't seem like we replaced it with anything, and it seems to me I would want it. This would be my amendment. I think it should be either 12 to 24 units, either one semester or a full year of college before they're an apprentice, so that there is some difference between, they're not just coming right out of high school into the apprentice program. That's how I'm seeing it.
So the apprentice program is actually a grant that SAC has, and it's geared to actually train employees to be able to be almost like a pipeline for Santa Ana, so that we can hire them as after-school instructional providers. So the grant itself is a training, so they have to be part of the class in order to be able to be an apprentice. So if they end up going through the system, go through the class, and go through our program, and we do hire them as ASIPs, then they have to have that 48 units. But right now, as the apprentice, they're not alone with students. They're always with somebody. There's a mentor, and then there's a class that they have to take through the program.
Are we the one establishing the qualifications,
No,
or is
that's-
Santa Ana College?
Santa Ana College. So it's actually a course through their grant, and it's a statewide grant. So it's a great partnership because these are hard to fill positions because a lot of times we're constantly hiring. We're always looking for at least 100 because they become vacant easily. A lot of them are college students. So this is just the attempt, and it's a great, like I said, a partnership because it's an attempt to actually get students in, train them, and then provide them with that background experience, apprenticeship, the mentoring. And then when they're done, if they decide to apply for one of our jobs, they would have to, like I said, meet the criteria, the 48 units, and also pass the test. And then they're fully prepared, rather than having somebody come in and not be prepared or maybe not have as much experience or on-the-job experience, but they do have the credit. So it's really a great opportunity, I think, to be able to train and then for us to hire and, like I said, have that pipeline.
Yeah. How long is the apprentice for? The
It's for
apprenticeship?
a semester.
A semester. So it's kind of like all together in one. It's a package deal. The units and it's together.
Yes, and with the mentorship, and then, like I said, they're not, they're never alone with students.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Brazier Aceves?
Yes. So when I joined the board a few years ago, to your point, Ms. Flores, that was a big issue of your department and your leadership. You were doing a lot to fill those roles, and I know we've come a long way. One of my questions I wanted to ask, and maybe this can be in the B2B, one is like, where you mentioned there's always kind of like around maybe 100 positions, give or take your, like I'm wondering if there's progress been made, if you can share that with the community, because that was my understanding. And then also the second question I have is around like our Engage 360 and expanded learning programs, if there are wait lists because of any kind of staffing concerns, and that can be also in the B2B, or if there's time for our community to hear it tonight, that'd be great.
I'll provide you with the stats that we have with the positions. I know a few years ago, there was a wait list due to, I think we needed to hire almost 500 people. And so that has come down a lot, but let me get the actual data and I could provide that in the B2B. We do have hiring fairs almost monthly, and one of the hiring fairs is just focused only on ELOP programs. So and it's usually geared towards our community, which is always great. So we always do those on a Saturday. So there's a lot of effort going into trying to fill these and continuing to refill them.
Thank you, and I love the intentionality of the model. I think that was kind of like the vision that we all co-constructed at that time of like the intentionality and a pipeline for our students and our community. And so it's really exciting to see a position like this coming up, and are partnering with SAC as well. And just like a fun example, my neighbor, and just to thank the Engage 360 team, my neighbor, she's an elementary student, and she had shared with me that she didn't get into Engage 360 this year because they just missed the paperwork. And I was like, oh no, okay, keep me posted, and we talked about it with her family. And then the next time I saw them, they said, oh, they were able to get me in. And so they, I was just really proud of our team because the family was worried. They were like, what are we going to do with our schedules and things like that? I'm going to have to sit in the office, or what do I do? But the team was like so gracious in making sure, not any of their students were left out. So yeah, if we could get some more information on if there are any wait lists, that would be great. Thank you.
Sure. I'll work with Diana on that and get that information to you.
Thank you. Seeing and hearing no other comments, let's proceed to vote. Okay, on a 5 yes vote, the motion carries. Let's move to item 11.14.
Approval of revised job description, child development teacher to early childhood education preschool teacher.
Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Ms. Lipsack?
Yeah, I was just surprised when I read something on there that I'd never known before, that preschool teachers can administer medication to students. I did not know that. I know K through 12 teachers cannot, right? But preschool teachers can. I just learned that. And I called one of my preschool friends. I'm like, you administer medication? She said, oh yeah, I've been doing it for years. I'm like, okay. Just something I wanted to bring up. I'm voting for it. I just thought, I never knew that of all these years. I never knew that.
Any other questions or comments?
I don't know. Did you want to say something?
No, I didn't know if you had any
I didn't hear a
questions.
question. Let's proceed to vote.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, I have it.
About the medication?
Go ahead.
Ms. Magdaleno, go ahead.
I
On a
think-
5 yes vote, motion carries.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Trying to get along. It's a long presentation, y'all. Okay, and an important one, yes. 12.2?
I 11.15. Did
Oh, was that one? Okay, sorry, I missed that one. 11.15. I didn't catch that one. Did anybody pull that? No. Okay. 12.2?
so not 11.15? Okay, sorry about that. 12.2, approval of deductive change order number 1 to the general package on the roofing rebid project at Bio Pico Dual Language Academy.
Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that these have to do with roofs. So with all of the downpour of rain, I think, Dr. Perez, you did mention that we're good. We're not having leaky ceilings, and we're good on all our facilities, because that's a real issue when it's like a flood.
An update will be shared with the board to say we're good. It doesn't mean we're without problems. It means
Right.
that the team has been working feverishly to address them. I don't want to mislead anybody because
Right.
parents may be sitting there like, oh, no, my kid's school has this issue. So I don't want to mislead anybody. Our team is working on the things that we know about.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right, seeing and hearing no other discussion, let's proceed to vote. On a 5 yes vote, the motion carries. All right, let's go ahead and move to our presentation. I'll turn it over to Dr. Perez.
Thank you. So first and foremost, I am grateful to our board for, us keeping this commitment to putting our presentations prioritized. I brought in October, or was that November? We're in November now, so it must have been October, sorry. That we would be bringing forth a presentation around English learner data, as well as coupling that with our dual language presentation. And so I just want to reiterate for our community that this is us demonstrating our commitments. You will see data tonight. You will learn about our current state and our preferred future, what we want things to look like, as well as really explicitly expressing our commitment and recommitment to supporting our English learners, as well as our schools that have dual language programs. I know that was a big topic of conversation as we started this year, and I just want to very clearly share with our community and with our parents as they think about, decisions that they make about the schools that their students attend, that dual language is not something that we are going to move away from in Santa Ana Unified, and you'll hear a little bit about the commitments that we have there and our efforts around improving the programs that our students are able to take advantage of. And so with that, it is my pleasure to turn it over to Ms. Bianca Barquin and Dr. Ndalco.
So I'm just going to expand a little bit on what Dr. Perez has shared. So good evening. Tonight's presentation is titled Leveling Up, Equity, Access, and Achievement for Language Learners in SAUSD. In Santa Ana, being multilingual is not the exception, it's the norm. Roughly 66% of our students are current or former English learners, and 82% of our English learners were born right here in the United States. This means that most of our young people are growing up navigating multiple languages, multiple cultures, and multiple systems at the same time. Our responsibility as a district is clear. We must make sure that this incredible linguistic strength translates into real access, real opportunity, and real achievement, from kindergarten all the way through graduation and beyond. So this evening, you're going to hear how we're doing that. Our team will walk you through English Learner program flow from the moment a child enters our system, our tiered approach to integrated and designated ELD, our bold goal of reclassification by 5th grade, and the progress we're seeing in LPAC and reclassification data. You'll also hear about the success of our dual language immersion program, especially around the seal of biliteracy and the listening sessions we held with teachers that are shaping our next steps. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Alex Nedelko, Director of English Learner Programs.
Okay, good. All right, good evening, board president, and our superintendent. Good evening. Thank you, and thank you to cabinet, to our families, and to our public here. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be able to present tonight on our English Learner Program. And I'm really excited to share some data with you, and thank you for the opportunity. All right, so our agenda for tonight, we're going to just review our language program options. We're going to talk a little bit about our designated and integrated ELD, kind of what that really means in layman's terms. We're going to talk about our reclassification goal and how we can break that down, and then the current and preferred future for our EL and dual immersion programs. All right. Glossaries. We love to begin presentations with glossaries, right? And we love acronyms in education, right? So some terms that you're going to see tonight, some acronyms that you're going to see is ELD. So English Language Development, that's what that's referring to. And then you'll see DELD and IELD, and that refers to designated and integrated. We're going to get into the differences between these later. Some other acronyms I want to just kind of draw your attention to is RFEP, which refers to our reclassified fluent English proficient students as they exit the English Learners Program. And then also our LTELs, which refers to our long-term English learners. These are students that are 7+ years in our EL program. All right, so this is really kind of like the essence or the core of teaching. This is how we approach our work. So I want to just kind of ground the presentation in this idea here, because learning language is something that requires taking risks and engaging in productive struggle. And we know that we have to get to know what makes a child tick in order to get them to learn anything, language included. And so we have to know their whole story in order to really get them to grow. All right, so we're going to begin with our program options. All right, so as a student enters into the EL program, they are required by the state of California to take a home language survey. If a student answers a question, or if a parent answers a question with any language other than English, they're required to take an initial assessment, which is the initial LPAC. If they do not score proficient on that assessment, they then enter the English Learner Program. And we have two program options in our program, which is our Structured English Immersion Program and our Dual Language Immersion Program. Both programs, ELD is required. So the only difference is that in our dual program, you get Spanish language development as well. After students are entered into the EL program, we're required to monitor their progress every year via the state test, which is the LPAC. And as we monitor student progress, students need to receive a 4 on the LPAC in order to reclassify and be considered fluent English proficient. So this is kind of a microcosm of our flow, and I'm going to kind of get into some of the details a little bit later in the evening. As we look at this slide, I want to just highlight some demographics here. Like Ms. Barquin mentioned earlier, you notice if we add up the 36% plus the 30% of our RFEP and English learners, you get about 66% of students. So that's 66% of all the students here in Santa Ana began their education as English learners. So we are truly a multicultural, multilingual district. Some key trends I want to just highlight for the board and for the public is demographic shifts that have been happening within the last 3+ years. The percent of our English-only students, even as we are declining enrollment, is increasing, and the percent of our English learner students is decreasing over the last 3 years. And then also, like Ms. Barquin said, 82% of our students that are English learners are U.S. born. So that means they come to us with navigating 2 languages, 2 cultures, and they bring these assets to our school system. So they're well on their way to becoming multilingual before they even get to us. All right, so this graph shows us like the concentration of our students, and I want you guys to really think of this as what you would expect to see at each grade span. So as you are out there walking schools, looking in classrooms, if you are in a K2 classroom, like 50% of our students are English learners. So you should be seeing teaching that is supporting these students at the different levels. So at the lower grades, it's about 50%, grades 3 through 5, it's about 4 out of 10 students. And the intermediate schools, it's about 3 out of 10, and then in high school, it's roughly a little less than 3 out of 10. So in order to really target our support for our English learners, we use these state typologies, which are kind of categories of students. And we know not all students fall into these categories specifically, but it helps us really tailor our support. The first category is our newcomer category, which are students that have been born outside of the United States and they have less than 3 years in U.S. schools. The goal for these students and these families is to connect them to our school system immediately, to kind of wrap our arms around them and make sure that they are connected with the school, and then also to help them to acquire English as quickly as possible to be able to participate in some of our amazing programs. The next category is our continuing English learners. So these are students that aren't newcomers. These are students typically in grades 3 through 4. And as you know from the superintendent's goal, early literacy is really kind of the goal here with the also progress in ELD with their academic oral language. And as we get into our grades 4 through 6, we have the state defines this as at risk of long-term English learners. Just a little side note, typical biliteracy research says it takes about 7+ years for a student to become truly biliterate. And so at this point, we're not really panicking or anything at this point, but we realize, okay, they're going to need a little bit of an extra jump start to make sure that the progress is continually happening. And this is where we start our Tier 2 program. And then the last typology is our long-term English learners, and these are students that have been in our system for 7+ years. Typically, these are our secondary students. And at this point, we have targeted intervention and support to get them to reclassify as quickly as possible. All right, so here is our demographics by typology. You can see that our two largest groups are our continuing ELs and our long-term English learners, making up 39% and 35% respectively. And for our newcomer population, which has slightly declined this year, we're at about 10%. All right, so I know all of this looks kind of like in theory, but I am going to provide like some practical examples, I promise. So our tiered EL program begins with all students. So Tier 1 refers to all of our students. So every single English learner in our system gets designated and integrated ELD. I'm going to go into a little bit more detail on the differences between the two, but this is for all students. Designated refers to protected time in the day where students learn language. Integrated ELD is supports throughout the day. And if you guys walk away with one thing from this presentation, I want you to know and understand that English learner ELD lives in the support. It's not a particular strategy or a practice, it's the support for our students. Tier 2 refers to roughly some of our students, and we begin this program at grade 3, which is kind of the point where students have been an English learner for probably about 3 to 4+ years, and this is an online platform that really kind of gives kids an extra boost to be able to continue their progress. And then Tier 3, the district provides targeted funding for intervention before and after school for students. All right, so this diagram represents the difference between designated and integrated. And I just want to draw your attention to the designated section of this. You notice that the scale is tipped towards language. So if I'm a teacher and I'm delivering a designated ELD lesson, my focus is language. To some extent, I don't even really care if the students are getting answers wrong. I want to focus on a specific language, and I'll give you an example in just a minute. And this, remember, the designated side is a protected time, or at the secondary level, it's a specific class. Look at the integrated side. Integrated ELD refers to structured, deliberate supports throughout the school day, okay? This should be taking place in all of the classes. All right, what does this look like in SAUSD? At the elementary level, designated ELD pretty much has two models. So we have self-contained models. So let's pretend I'm a second grade teacher here, and you are all in my class, and I have, let's say, what did we say, 50% English learners. And so my English learners are different levels. I would do a whole group lesson, and then I would provide targeted supports with the understanding that the students are supposed to be producing a certain language function. And I'll show you in just a minute what that looks like. Or if I have another second grade teacher, I could swap proficiency levels. So I take students that are 1 and 2, you take students that are 3 and 4, somebody else takes the EOs and RFEPs, and we provide targeted whole group class instructions. For our newcomer students, they receive an additional 30 minutes, either if it's self-contained, it's through a rotation, and if a site has additional staff, then staff will sometimes push in and provide that support. At the secondary level, designated ELD is delivered in the form of a class or in the form of a push-in in ELA. So students that are at levels 1 and 2, we recommend that they have a replacement class, and we'll talk about why that's important later. And typically it replaces their elective where they receive a designated support class to give them that additional support with academic English. And then 3s and 4s, they have full access to the curriculum, but they receive their designated through their ELA class. So the ELA teacher would provide designated lessons to the whole group and then targeted support for our English learners. So kind of similar to the elementary model of the self-contained. All right, everybody likes ice cream, I'm assuming. What does this actually look like? Okay, so let's just kind of pretend for a moment, and I just want to plant this seed in your head. I'm not going to make people raise hands or put stickies on the wall or anything. But I want to just kind of like, let's just think about it in this room, right? We all have different proficiency levels, and let's pretend we're going to switch it to Spanish, okay? So today we're going to do a small lesson, and if you look at the bottom left, we're going to practice connecting words and transitional phrases like in addition, also, and most of all. So if I'm the teacher, I'm listening to my students to see if they're using those words. And the question is, give me 2 reasons why or why not you like ice cream, right? ¿Te gusta el helado? Dame 2 razones por las que sí or por las que no. Okay? Now think about that. Think about that for a second there, right? Even for we are different levels of Spanish in this room. Some of us are emerging. Cesar over here is proficient, right? He's going to have no problem completing this written or orally, right? So what kind of supports would you need? Don't say it out loud, just think in your head. I know the supports that I would need. What are things that are going to help me to actually answer this question verbally? And also, if I'm asked to produce 2 sentences with transition words and turn in a paper, what are some supports I'm going to need to be able to do that? ELD lives in the support, okay? I want everybody to kind of remember that it lives in the support. It's not a strategy given to all. It's targeted supports by language fluency levels. So some of the supports you might see is translation. So for our newcomers, we might ask them to produce this in their primary language first. We might need to provide sentence stems. We might need to create structured routines with partnered modeling, some word banks. Sometimes students just need a little bit more time. And then for our Cesars of the world, right, this is easy for them. They're going to need extended practice. How do we really stretch his language? So I want us to just kind of like visualize the technical words aside, but kind of what a typical ELD lesson looks like, in practice. All right, so that's kind of our current program options, and I want to take us through a little bit of what we call securing the foundation. This is kind of our current state. All right, so our brave superintendent has thankfully set this goal to reclassify students by 5th grade, but I want to make sure we understand clearly what this goal means. You can look on the dashboard. It came out last Thursday, I believe, and reclassified students outperform every single student group. You can look on any school district. It is very clear that our bilingualism is an asset, and those students are leveraging that asset to perform academically. All right, so how do we tackle this goal of reclassifying all of our students by 5th grade? We're doing this strategically through two targeted activities. We are focusing on instruction because we know that's what makes the biggest difference, right? Which is our tier 1. We need solid daily language instruction in designated and throughout the day. But then also, tests are tricky, right? And we have to teach our kids the logic of the test. So we have 2-pronged approach: instruction, also, and then test preparation so that our students can perform as best they can on the tests that they're required to for reclassification. And then when we're evaluating our success for reclassification, we're not going to have 100% tomorrow. So we want to make sure that we understand what this means, okay? So what we do is we want to ensure our students are making progress. 7 years, remember that, 7 years towards biliteracy, right? Our goal is 5th grade. So we need to make sure our students are making progress. Also, The major goal is that our students reclassify before high school so that they have full access to all of our amazing programs that we have out there. Our long-term goal, if we were to really kind of think about long-term success, what this would look like is we could take a cohort of kindergarten students, and 16 to 18% of those students should be reclassifying every year. And then by 5th grade, which is our target, we would hit our 100%. Okay, so I want us to kind of just understand and break down that goal a little bit. And for our board members and for our public, I want to make sure that everybody understands what the reclassification criteria is. Because our students oftentimes do get tripped up by some of these tests, and there's language and there's vocabulary that is a little tricky. So these are the criteria set by the state for reclassification. It's an LPAC level 4. There is a teacher evaluation of student performance in class. There's a parent consultation and agreement to reclassification, and then we have local assessments, MAP and DIBELS, to show performance of reading. All right, so this is our current data from our spring test. I look at this and I see opportunity, right? I see 12% of our students in level 4, and that's the smallest percentage that we have. But then I look at our level 3s and I say, wow, that's almost 4,000 kids right there. If we get half of those kids to bump up this year, that's 2,000 kids potentially we could reclassify, which is almost 800 more students than we have this year. So I like to, think the cup is half full. I know we're not perfect and we definitely have a lot of work to do, but I see the opportunity here. And we are trending in that direction. So, and these are loose preliminary numbers, but our rates for reclassification previous year was 9%, and we're up to 10% at this point, and we're still in the process of reclassifying more students. This is just hot off the presses, recently released LPAC progress data, so I just want to draw your attention to that like lavender color or purple color on the top there. So if you look, this represents the percent of students making progress over 2 LPAC administrations. So from 2024, if you add the 36 and the 1%, it brings us to roughly 37, 38%. And you can see, like Dr. Perez mentioned earlier, we were able to jump about 5% with our percent of students making progress. And so that ended up bumping us from the yellow into the orange in terms of the dashboard. So we're trending in the right direction. A lot of work to do. Okay, so what are we tangibly doing? As mentioned, our goal is really to make sure before we take that leap forward to the future that our students are standing on a secure foundation. We know that more of our English learners are making progress. We spend a lot of time just educating people on a clear definition of ELD, which is what I'm doing tonight, right? ELD lives in the support. If you see that diagram to your right, I know that looks kind of complicated, but this is tied to a specific PD to what an ELD lesson should look like and the key components of ELD. We've also provided targeted supports for our schools that are identified in the red for EL progress. We have newcomer supports. We have 100% designated delivery at our elementary schools. And then our amazing superintendent has laid it out clearly that this is a priority. And then most importantly, our dual schools are kind of like the beacon of language instruction. Talk about transitions. Let's talk about our dual language schools. All right, so we have 7 dual language schools in our district. 4 of those schools, the top 4, those are TK5 dual language schools. And then we have 2 TK8 dual language schools there. You see PO and LRCA. And then we have 1 intermediate identified dual language school, McFadden. We have a 90-10 dual language model where if you look at the kind of chart on the right-hand side, our TK students begin with 90% instruction in Spanish and 10% in English. And as you see, as they grow through the grade levels, they get to 50-50 by 3rd grade. Typically, English for the majority of our students is the second language that our students are learning. And that's why we selected the 90-10 model. As students finish the elementary grades, there is a pathway and ultimately a California Seal of Biliteracy. This is a state award for our students, and this is really kind of the long-term goal for our students. So in the intermediate school, the dual language program continues with 2 classes. It's a social science Spanish class and a Spanish language, a couple options for Spanish language. And then as you get into high school, you have the advanced placement options for Spanish. in order to continue kind of your academic Spanish language development and then ultimately culminating with the seal of biliteracy. Okay, so how are we doing with our dual language program? Our amazing R&E department helped us take a look at how our students that had 5+ years in the dual program to see how they were doing, and we were able to track that by 9th grade, they were exceeding their non-dual peers in reading and math. Okay, like we mentioned before, they're really using their biliteracy to leverage this into academic success. Our Seal of Biliteracy Awards were up about 150 from last year, so we're seeing an increase in that. And then we see an increased representation of our dual language students receiving the seal. So you're more likely to receive the seal than not if you attended 5+ years of dual language. And these are positive signs, but again, like, we're never finished. Like, I've been trying to lose 20 pounds for 20 years, and it's never going to happen, but I'm going to keep trying. Okay. Let's take a look at some of the strengths and highlights of our dual language program. So even though our students are acquiring both languages, they are also excelling in English. And so you see that they are above our district-wide average in terms of LPAC performance. And most of all, the greatest asset of our dual language program is our teachers and the skills and the instructional practices that they have, because they are used to teaching language. It's second nature to them. When they teach science, they think language first. When they teach math, they think language first. And so that is really kind of the highlight and the bright spot that we have to amplify. As Ms. Barquin mentioned, we have to we did conduct teacher listening sessions in September, and these were the 3 questions that we asked our dual teachers. It was, what's top of mind or concerns that do you have? What do you most value about the program? And then what support do we need to provide to create the most ideal dual program? Based on those listening sessions, here were the themes of their responses. Teachers expressed concerns about, program disruptions at the beginning of the years. There were some curriculum concerns, and then most importantly, just kind of like the cognitive load of teaching in 2 languages. So they have to teach in both languages. There's a lot of translation that's involved. They do the bridge that's there to bridge from one language to the next, and it is very demanding. And we love and appreciate our dual teachers, and they do an amazing job. And question 2 was about the strength of the program. The dual program, just because of its nature, kind of builds itself into a community. And teachers express the joy of seeing students grow into bilingual, biliterate students. So you see a little kindergartner who's afraid to speak one language or the other, and then next thing you know, they're translating by the time they're in 5th grade. And then the 3rd theme is really about increased professional development and collaboration time for our teachers. In response to these listening sessions, we have a dual language support plan. Some of these pieces here we're already doing, others we are planning. And so I'll just kind of walk you through. We currently have dedicated support for our teachers that are new to dual. We've really, again, wrapped our arms around those teachers and made sure that they feel supported, because dual is a very demanding position. And teachers that are teaching combo classes where they have multiple grades in one level, we've provided support for them. And then also, we are currently taking nominations for a teacher committee at the district level, so that the teacher voice is taken into account. And then we have a regular office hour that we provide for our teachers to provide that in-time support. And we're currently establishing this like buddy mentor system. There's a lot of informal things like that happen, but we're really trying to formalize it at the district level. And then we have some spring grade level collaboration days for all of our dual teachers that we are going to continue to plan, and that's something we provided last year. And then we want to make sure to get student voice here. We want to hear what are students feeling and seeing and experiencing as they go through the dual program, and how can we use that to better improve our program. And then, as always, we want to make sure our parent communication is improved. All right, so as we are, setting the foundation, we are jumping forward towards the future. We know that our students are going to be asked a lot of collaboration, and we want to make sure that language is still in the forefront. So how do we level up? We need to continue to systematize ELD. We need that daily instruction every day throughout the day to make sure our students have the skills to be able to innovate, to be able to be architects of the future, to be able to be community builders. All of our grad profile proficiencies there. We are currently looking at secondary ELD courses because all of our students should have access to every single course regardless of their language fluency. So we are looking at flexible scheduling and building out creative courses so that our students can get their ELD and still have access at the same time. We're slowly layering in innovation, but we can't forget about language, right? Things that are innovative sometimes look nice, but we also have to make sure the supports are still there so that our ELs can access them. And then most importantly, we want to continue to build on the strengths of our dual language program. They are our model language teachers, and we really want to kind of amplify and broaden the amazing things that they do. All right, thank you very much. I appreciate the time. Questions?
Thank you very much for the presentation. At this point, I'll turn it over to my colleagues to see if folks have questions. I'm sure there are. So who wants to get us started? Okay, Ms. Brazier-Aceves.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Nadalko, and for the thorough presentation. This was wonderful. So this is a presentation I've been asking about it and just really excited to learn with you and the team and just dive deep into like where we're at and what we're doing. And, you know, it's a perfect timing with our goals around the reclassification. And so, you know, I feel the momentum here. And I think having it clearly outlined in public and for everyone to kind of know where we are and then where we want to go. I have a lot of notes and some questions I've been working on and then more I added. So it might be a little bit like jumping around, and if there's time, maybe we can come back. But you mentioned it a few times, and I really want to make sure I understand because I thought it was a really interesting point. You said ELD lives in the support. Mm-hmm. And so could you explain a little bit and maybe give some examples? I think I was following what you were kind of like trying to share and in the direction you were pointing us in, but could you give us some examples to better understand that point?
Yeah, so when we all students are learning language, right? Irrespective of their language fluency level. But ELD specifically refers to targeted support, and they're temporary supports to provide students as they're learning, right? Because they are acquiring English on one hand, and then they're also acquiring content. And in order to acquire content, we have to provide the scaffolds and the supports that they need so that they can acquire the content while also learning language. So in simple terms, like I provided the example, we can think about all of our like Spanish language proficiencies like in this room, right? We can say level 1, level 2, level 3. Oftentimes, the reason why I say that is because when we go into schools sometimes, and one of the misconceptions is that ELD lived in the strategy. So like if I did this amazing strategy with you and you talked to your partner and we all posted stuff on the walls and we did all kinds of cool stuff and it looked good on social media, people would be like, bravo, ELD. But guess what the LTELs? They're not participating. They're quiet in the corner. They didn't have an opportunity to practice their language. Our newcomers, are they participating? What about our level 2s and 3s? So when I say it lives in the support, it means how are you targeting your support to ensure that all of our students are able to participate and access the lesson? So that's what it doesn't simply only live in the support, but that's really the piece that we're missing. That's why I'm emphasizing it.
So the strategies are still important.
Yes.
But you want folks to like really take it to that level, make sure, analyze, like as we're implementing it.
Yes.
Are we missing our purpose by leaving the students who really need it behind?
And if we go back to the whole child, who like we need to know our kids, right? Like if you're shy, I need to create the environment to be able to allow you to participate.
Ms. Magdaleno?
Yes. First, I want to thank you for the presentation. It was great. Thank you, Dr. Perez, for committing to it and looking forward to the next presentations as they come forward. I have two sections. I'll start with ELD and then I'll move over to dual language. A lot of information was thrown at us at the community, so maybe I want to highlight a couple points that you made. One of the goals that we have is reclassification by 5th grade. So what specific strategies are we working on to make sure that our students improve year after year?
Yeah, so again, like going back to our kind of tiered system, right? So we are targeting our daily instructional practice. I I can talk about this for 4 hours. But basically, we are targeting our daily instruction, ensuring that those supports are happening during the day in integrated ELD. So if a student is learning math, those supports need to be there while they're learning math through all subjects, and then ensuring that our students are getting that language instruction in that designated time. And then as progress towards that reclassification includes a test, right? And so we have an online platform that our students do additionally outside of the school day or embedded into the school day to help kind of them practice independently with their oral language practice.
That sounds great. I know you also spoke a little bit about integrated and designated ELD, right? How do we make sure our teachers are doing the work in the classroom, right? Because we expect them, I know they have a lot on their plate. So how do we make sure the criteria that we're putting for them, designated or integrated, it's getting across on all platforms?
Yeah, that's a great question. There are a lot of mechanisms in place to ensure there is a compliance mechanism, but this is more than just compliance. So we actually have to provide documentation that is happening, like schedules, but we ultimately have personalized support. Like our department is divided amongst our 5 staff, or they have schools that they're divided amongst, and they go in, they check, they observe, they have conversations, and we collect the information. And if a school says, hey, we need help, we go in and help them. So, and honestly, like we've been slowly building towards that, and that's why we called it setting the foundation. And to some extent, we're resetting that foundation. I don't want to blame COVID, but we are still resetting after that, and I feel like we're finally on solid ground, ready to move forward.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to transition to dual language. I know I have 30 seconds. Do you want me, is anyone else next? Do you want me to go? Okay, perfect. In our dual language program, I did have a question on, do we have a wait list right now? And how much is our dual language program in demand?
It depends on like the school, right? So some schools do have wait lists and some schools don't. It depends.
And based on the listening sessions from the teachers that you've heard, I know you addressed a couple of concerns already. How else are we working one-on-one with them?
So we have, like I said, regular office hours that we provide support. And the main concern at the time was for our teachers new to dual. And so those are teachers that taught SEI and then now all of a sudden are into a dual class. So we are providing pull-out days for those teachers. And then, like I said, they asked for collaboration time. So we are planning that spring collaboration. And we're also partnering with our elementary team to be able to provide support for dual teachers with combos. And then we're always available. We're always available for them whenever they need us. And they've expressed their appreciation for that too.
And I know you mentioned combo classes. For those teachers teaching combo classes, we can see that it's a little bit more challenging, right? I know there was something brought up about an aide being the support. Is that being considered? What other support you're mentioning? Can you give me something tangible?
We have not like assigned a teacher's aide at this point. We can definitely like look into that, but at this point there hasn't been like a specific staff member that's been there. I do know that when they designed those classes, some of the numbers were kind of kept lower, and then we're establishing those kind of support systems, the in-time support during the day, and then kind of like intermittently as we're there.
And you did mention, sorry, this will be my last question for now, that you guys are available for anyone that needs help, right? Who is the point of contact for those teachers? And do they know that you have these office hours, you're the point of contact? And how often do they get reminded? Because sometimes there's a lot going on throughout the year, and we just want to make sure that they are reminded that they do have the support that they're looking for.
Yes, absolutely. Shout out to Amy Alcaraz. She is our amazing curriculum specialist, dedicated curriculum specialist. She's a former dual teacher with over 25 years of experience, and she is on call, and I can tell you they love her, and she's awesome, and she does a great job of supporting them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Lepsak?
I was wondering, the EL, okay, the kids that don't know very much, maybe the newcomers. So they have a separate class, right?
At the elementary level, they do not. They're embedded in
Completely integrated?
Yes.
Okay, so the extra support for that teacher, and they don't have an aide?
We have some aides that are allocated throughout the district, and it depends on how many newcomers that they have at their site, if they have an aide or not.
Okay.
So, So it's kind of based on need, you know. So for example, if I have 3 newcomers there at my site as opposed to 10, we have a limited amount of staff in that role, and so they would provide support for the schools that have a higher number of newcomers.
Don't we have a pull-out program for EL, Dr. Perez? We don't have a pull-out program?
If
Dr. Nadelko,
yeah,
you can answer that
I can
question.
answer that. So we had different staff at school sites that are no longer there that would use those programs. So we currently are developing models now to support teachers that are self-contained. And so some schools have bilingual aides that are there to support, and then others, you know, the teacher has to kind of do small group rotations to support the students. And in the elementary grades, that's pretty typical.
Okay.
And we acknowledge and understand the challenge, and we've started kind of listening sessions with those teachers to really like understand the need. And we are looking at trying to get more aides for those classes. That position is a little difficult to hire for. We typically have about 11 vacancies always. We have a lot of turnover in that position.
Did we used to have pullouts for that? I don't know. I thought that we did.
Are you referring to at elementary or secondary? Because actually the approach would be different.
I would think elementary.
It's probably been, I want to say at least a decade since we've had any type of pull out for ELD. It's probably been more than a decade. I think about when I was in the classroom, we didn't have that. That's been over more than a decade. So yeah.
I'm out of touch with ELD. Okay, thanks.
Okay, Dr. Alvarez?
Just one quick question. How are we going to ensure that secondary DELD replacement classes do not reduce students' access to electives, CTE, and A3G coursework?
That's a great question, and that is the question that we're trying to solve. So at this point, we are looking at master schedules for our secondary schools, and we're looking at creative options such as a social science option for designated ELD. So we could cohort our English learners into a social science class. We will work with those teachers, and they will provide designated ELD in that class so that they can receive their designated ELD and then have access to the full curriculum. In addition, we know that CTE is an amazing place to learn language, and so we are exploring an option in CTE to look at possibly designated courses and training those teachers so that our students can receive designated in those courses as well. Those are just exploratory at this point right now, and we're still working with principals on the kind of master schedule things, but we're hoping to kind of really have those resolved and fluid by the fall of next year.
Ms. Brazier-Aceves?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Alvarez. That was one of my questions. I know one of the conversations I had with our superintendent is around, you know, what's at risk if our students don't reclassify by 5th grade or in those earlier years before secondary level. And I mean, there are levels of risks, right, and things that come with that. But as far as not having access to other courses and things like that. So one of my questions was going to be, you know, how is that hindering, is that impacting our students' ability to take advantage of our CTE pathways and other programs? And it sounds like maybe it currently is, but we're working on by next year.
Yeah, so so it can, because like we said, the students that haven't made progress at that time, the levels 1s and 2s, we are intervening at that time and looking to replace. Some schools do have flexible scheduling options to where they're able to squeeze in kind of like an extra period or a 0 period. So we're kind of looking at all those options, you know, on the table.
Thank you. Yeah, that's wonderful to hear. And it sounds like what, you know, you and the team and everyone are trying to work on is kind of really creating a newcomer program and building it up very intentionally so that our students have the same access as much as possible.
Yes, and our students are free to enroll in we're an open enrollment district, so they're free to enroll. You know, obviously at the high schools, our newcomers are centralized at Valley, Santa Ana, and Century.
Okay. And so is there anything else as far as in the next year or so? Like you mentioned a really big step, which is really exciting about having these additional courses where the designated ELD is within the course, so the student's not missing out on the subject or content and options. Is there anything else? Just curious, as far as creating a more robust offering for our newcomers?
Yeah, and then leveling up in my mind, and I know that picture was probably didn't tell the whole details, but like students that are engaged, it's such an amazing opportunity to learn language. So we want to tap into a lot of we have amazing programs here and amazing teachers where there's really engaging content. We just got to make sure that we work with our teachers on language at the forefront. So like whatever I'm teaching, we have to understand the language demands of the student lesson. So my dream, my goal is really to sort of like make it fun, engaging, because authentic language practice is the best. Like I played soccer in a league in Baldwin Park, and that's where I learned a lot of my Spanish from, because it was authentic, you know? So I think those authentic opportunities to learn language are important.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. I was just speaking with a student today, and they were sharing that they participated in a specific program. And they came to this country 5 years ago during the pandemic. And they said it was, you know, they've gotten through with their classes, but it's been hard to really master the language. And but through this creative program they were engaging in, the educators, the presenters noticed, and then the students shared, like, they felt like because of the opportunity to engage in a meaningful way, that kind of had them participating regularly, they felt like they could already see some growth. So that's exciting to hear that that's part of the direction. I had another question around our welcome efforts and family outreach, but I'll get back on this. Yeah, okay. So I was wondering, I know that your team has been working on building robust welcoming efforts for our newcomers and family outreach programming. I know Ms. Hortensia Still has been out at a lot of our, all of our large district events, reaching families, and there's a student component. And I know we're one of just a few handful school districts in the state of California to receive funding around those efforts. So I don't know if you could share a little bit for our community.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I appreciate that. We are we received the California Newcomer Grant. It was right now it's about 3 years old. To be honest, the money was given to us with not much direction, but we knew that our newcomers, the main point was that they needed to be connected. And so every single newcomer that comes into our district receives a phone call from our offices, and we connect them with the Welcome Center, with the FACE worker. Our amazing FACE team helps us get some of their basic needs that they might also need. And then, you know, we follow up with them to make sure that they're connected and so that they know how to kind of access the system. We also have Saturday language academies for our newcomers where they can engage in those authentic language experiences at the secondary level as well. And so we're constantly trying to find ways to support those students. And then I'm super proud to say that we have a central newcomer student committee. And we had one of our students go to Sacramento last year on behalf of our district. And, you know, the CalNew grant really kind of was meant to understand what districts are doing, and they're looking at us, and they're appreciative of us, and they're asking us to come share. So shout out to Hortensia, and shout out to all the work that our schools and especially our FACE workers have done.
Thank you. Can you talk a little bit about, you know, our newcomer program and whether it's something that we do, it's like a, you know, whether it's a plan for support that we do district-wide or it's really site-by-site based? And if it is, so actually that's the first question. Is it district-wide or is it really site-by-site?
Because we're like open enrollment, newcomers are free to enroll wherever, and typically they concentrate in certain schools, but we do have newcomers in every single one of our schools. So it's not centralized, so it is site by site.
Right. So in that case, given that there are some school sites with higher numbers of newcomers, and there might be some sites with you know less newcomers, what does that support look like for those students, and how do we make sure that we're equitably supporting our students across all of our sites throughout the district?
Yeah, that's a great question. And again, like I mentioned recently, we started to hold kind of listening sessions. We started with our administrators, and we're going to kind of get into those teachers because it's difficult. It's not easy when you have a broad spectrum of language fluencies in the classroom and you have to support. At our sites that have roughly 10 or more, we have targeted aids that we've provided, but there are some sites that have 2 or 3 and they're at different grade levels. And so for the sites like those, we're working to support the teacher. We have a lot of modeling that we do on how to differentiate. But admittedly, it's not easy, and I think that we really need to sort of work on bolstering those areas.
Are there other school districts across the state that, you know, who might not have open enrollment and newcomers have to go to this specific school because we know that there is going to be targeted support there, and we know that we're going to be able to reach those students directly there? Is that a model elsewhere?
Yes, it is. It is a model, and the state does allow for, because we have to provide a core curriculum to students, but if a student is within less than a year in a U.S. school, we do have some latitude to be able to provide them additional language support. So that's why we provide the extra hour. And then some school districts, I know even at the high school level, will do up to 3 periods of ELD. So I know Oakland is really kind of one of the model districts that we look to, and they're in our CalNew network that we collaborate with too.
And I guess my question is, why is that not a model that we've implemented here? I'm genuinely curious if there's any like background around like why, you know, through our open enrollment and that being a thing, but I'm just curious of why we've gone to this model and not something similar to like what Oakland is doing.
Yeah, and so actually Alex and I have had this conversation as well, and I think I shared with some of our board members that we got into deep conversation around this. In my prior district, we did have a model like that, and it was called the Village. We also were at open enrollment in my prior district, but I think really parents' choice here really has a different implication. Like, I'll be honest, we said, like, this is the school that your student should be going to so that they can get the supports. We can ensure that those supports are there. It does, and Alex, please chime in, it does, you know, make it very difficult to ensure that every newcomer has the same level and really robust supports, because they get to choose wherever, you know, they want to go, which we want choice, but we're giving something up for that. And I talk to you guys about that all the time. When we give choice, we have to know that we're also, it's a give and take. We're going to be giving up something. And we have to ask ourselves, is that, are those two, is it worth it? Do we feel like it's worth it for that choice? Because there is an exchange on that. Mm-hmm.
And I could speak a little bit to the history. Valley used to be, we had a welcome academy at Valley. I wouldn't call it like a full newcomer program, but it was because of the higher numbers of newcomers there, they were able to establish a little bit more systematized support for newcomers. But we had families in Santa Ana High School area and Century High School. Just the commute itself kind of made it difficult. So we have to kind of provide options for our families and support that kind of works for them.
Right, thank you. And I know Dr. Perez and I have had extensive conversations about that and kind of like our models and what that looks like. And so, you know, I just want our community to be able to hear, you know, where we're currently at, what other models are possible, but, you know, just recognizing that there are different models out there, and it's something that we've been having conversations about and talking about. I have other questions, but I'll turn it over to my colleagues. Ms. Magdaleno?
Yes, just a couple more questions. Really quick, and regarding to dual language immersion, I know you mentioned there was a committee for teachers that we want to start up, and also that we possibly going to do a listening session with our students. But where are we incorporating our parents in this, right? Because they're also a part of what works with our dual language immersion program for our students.
Yeah, so we have our sites have regular parent meetings, and we kind of run our parent communication through them. We do need to improve our parent communication at the district level. Typically that, and I would say the main thing that we really need to improve is understanding. One of the things that the teachers expressed was parents wanting to leave the dual program after a year or so if they're struggling in that second language. And so we need to communicate that this is a commitment, and this biliteracy will pay off. I showed everybody the numbers, and so I think sometimes, you know, when students come home and they're frustrated, like it's productive struggle, right? And we wrap our arms around the kids, and so that's kind of the key point of parent communication that we've targeted for like our level of support. But our sites do a great job of regular parent communication.
Are we looking at anything specific right now to improve that communication?
Well, yes, like we systematize like our parent communication with our dual language schools so that it kind of goes out in like a universal way. So that's specifically like we want to make sure like how to build resiliency in our dual language students and parents as they matriculate through the program. And then we also have our DAC-DLAC where a lot of those like points are addressed as well.
Okay. And I know you mentioned that some of the students, they might get overwhelmed and, discouraged. So do you know, or maybe Dr. Perez might know, is there a need to, move the program to other school sites? Because I feel like right now it's like centered on one side of the city, and certain school sites, I feel like it's more like on the east side, if I'm not mistaken, of Santa Ana. Is there a need for it? Is there a plan for it? Or are we just trying to improve what we have now in our current state?
I mean, I'll speak to the big picture vision. I do want us to always, when we're approaching improvement, to not just accept what we have, to be asking those larger questions of what do we want this to look like in 5 to 10 years from now. I've shared with some of you, we actually have very lengthy conversations and get in depth around things. There's a vision for growing the dual language program. Really not just to include Spanish, but looking at other languages, looking at ASL, growing our program so it is a multilingual program. And so to your question, might we be looking at other locations? I'm going to say yes. I don't want people to get worried and say, oh my gosh, is my dual language program going to be gone? We'll involve folks in those discussions, but as we really set a course for where we want to go, we are probably going to need to explore other locations and be more strategic about where things are located if and when we're ready to start building other languages and ASL and opportunity for multilingualism in our district.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Brazier-Aceves?
So kind of leading off of that, one of the things I know Superintendent Dr. Perez and I have talked about is, as it's come up from community members, as they're looking at how to enroll their students going from an elementary and looking for that middle school, that next few years of education, and there might not have been a space, right, to continue dual immersion because of the limited pathway that we have as they go from elementary to middle school. Or intermediate. So is that part of the plan to hopefully allow for our students who start off in dual to be able to continue with a more robust offering and finding a system where they're almost ensured a spot that they can continue because like you said, they're committing from the beginning?
So we haven't had like specific conversations around school sites, but what we have seen is that as students get into like the intermediate levels, the parents are a little bit more focused on kind of maintaining the language and then focus on a little bit more like college and career focus. And we have so many amazing programs. I think the majority of our students are kind of choosing these other programs. Now, we do have Spanish language courses where our students can still develop their academic Spanish all the way through high school. So all of our high schools offer AP Spanish, and that is still available. And our intermediate schools do offer Spanish language courses. So it boils down to 2 courses at the intermediate level. We haven't had specific plans, and we're happy to listen again, but at this point, like the broad need hasn't been expressed.
And is that something, Superintendent Perez, that Dr. Perez, that the team is hoping to look at, or not to put everyone on the spot?
Yeah, no. I mean, and I have, and I say this to all of our directors and folks who come into these roles. Yeah, I do have vision. You guys know that there are certain things that I want, but I also want for them to look at their scope of work and be bringing recommendations to us as cabinet and ultimately then to this board. And so I, don't want to say, because you're right, there may not be this need, this desire. I do believe that folks who are closest to the work should and are more informed be helping to make those decisions. But I don't want to take things off the table. We definitely want kids to have a path to, work through, like we do with, VAPA, like we do with speech and debate, like we have with certain programming. And so we want that, but there may be another way that we can accomplish that. And I trust the team to find those multitude of ways and bring those and say, hey, I heard what you all said. Here's the variety of ways that we can accomplish that.
And just to close on that point, I think one of the things that I really appreciated that you had highlighted was the teacher voice. And so I always am an advocate of, being a school staff, right, or just working in any organization. I've always had that appreciation, and I see the need, right, to like hear folks who are doing the work, whether that's you in your department, and then the teachers and the students and the parents. So as a board member, it would be great, as you have the capacity, if you could share more with us as you do have those conversations, a little bit more around, like, if you're not seeing that need and there's, the desire is not there to invest to, create more robust offerings or a specific pathway, and we're good where we're at or not, it would be something I would be interested in knowing as you're hearing from folks.
Yeah, we'd be happy to provide regular updates.
Thank you.
Ms. Lepsak?
Yeah, I was wondering, teachers keep telling me that they really want aides. How many aides do we have per school? Let's say elementary schools.
I can only speak to the Title III aides. I don't, if that refers to our.
Because we have a lot of different types of aides.
Yes, so our department, we have roughly 33 positions, and like I said, there's consistently 11 vacancies in those. And then as far as the other aides, I don't know exactly the
Are you
number.
speaking about aides at our dual language schools? Are you talking broad scope?
Gen Ed classes that feel like they need aides, an aide in the classroom. I mean, what is usually do they just get like 1 hour of an aide in the class?
I'm going to ask
because you're talking about support. You brought that up a lot, that they live in support. But it's hard to give support as one person. How are we giving that support,
I'll have Ms. Barkeen share a little bit more about what broad scope our support in the way of aides looks like.
So Alex will be able to speak to bilingual instructional assistants, but in the gen ed realm, the only teachers that have aides right now are TK teachers. So our transitional kindergarten teachers are the ones who actually have aides in their classrooms.
But don't we have some elementary aides that are just like an hour, a couple hours a day or something? We don't?
No.
Oh, there's no aides.
There are
Unless they're
bilingual
special ed
instructional
push-ins.
assistants, there are special education aides, and we have TK instructional providers, which are aides.
So with our kids that are English learners, are they just equally dispersed in our classes, or are they grouped?
So it depends on what the purpose of the lesson is. So during the designated time, they should be leveled, right? Meaning leveled by their language proficiency. So that's 30 minutes a day in elementary, and then in their class in secondary. And then throughout the day, we want the students to interact with multiple language proficiencies, so they're interspersed. But the teacher knows who those students are, and they're constantly kind of monitoring and providing the support.
Okay.
So and we can talk offline, but I would like to know from those teachers, so if they can share with me the purpose for the aid, because I like my mind went to all kinds of places. We're talking about language supports, but I wonder if they're talking about behavioral supports, because that's what we hear every day. But there are solutions for those things. I would want to know what the intention for that support is, so that we can help really be intentional about how we meet the need. Because, I could say, oh, I need help, and what you think is helping me is not actually helping me. So I want to make sure that we're really clear in the conversations with our educators about what their needs are, not
Right.
just, I need aid. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's very
And I know
nebulous for
Ms.
me.
Magdaleno talked about parent involvement. I know we were offering parent English classes to parents, and how is that attended? Only because that has a direct impact on students as far as their ability to speak English. I mean, if their parents are also learning English, that helps them learn English too.
So you're asking about the English classes
Yeah.
that we provide for
Yes.
parents. And that would actually sit within our FACE team and the work that they are doing with Santa Ana College. Thank you, Lisa.
No problem. We just spoke to Santa Ana College yesterday because we're trying to expand the number of classes that we're offering parents. They've been limited in the number of teachers that they have. I can tell you that we had about 40 classes, but they've been losing some teachers, so it's been hard to replace them. So the classes that we do have are well attended, and now we're offering additional classes called adult basic education classes to teach English reading, English writing, financial literacy, Spanish literacy if parents want to learn in their primary language, and attitudes for success and leadership classes for parents. And those classes, they do have additional teachers that are coming on, so they are expanding those offerings.
Wow, that's great. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So, at the beginning of the year, we ran into some challenges with, some, particularly, Bio Pico, not having teachers.
Yeah.
Our DLI teachers, right? And so my question is, from then until now, and from now until the beginning of the next academic school year, what have we been doing to address that issue? And how do we make sure that we don't run into that again? Because, from a lot of conversations that we had in public and in private, I think you have a clear understanding that that was unacceptable.
Yes.
I also believe that you believe that that was unacceptable. And we can't let that happen again.
Yeah.
And so, I'd like for you to share a little bit about what's happened from then till now, and then what's happening from now until the beginning of next academic year.
Yeah. So at a very systemic level, I think, and we have talked about this on a multitude of occasions, is really looking at enrollment and how our enrollment procedures are informing our staffing procedures. And if Jennifer wants to come up and add anything related to the specific staffing pieces, please do. But that is critical. I think we've approached it, I'm going to say, from probably not the best standpoint. I'm trying to be mindful and care. I don't want to be, disparaging to anybody, but I don't think it made sense the way we had been approaching staffing and the way our enrollment windows were. And I asked this board just for, transparency. I talked with individual board members and said, our board policy actually ties us up and creates some of the conditions that we currently have with the enrollment window being January, February, explicitly called out that way in our board policy. So I've asked for the permission to not abide by that board policy, to be honest. And the team is working on bringing a board policy that will work for us now. Maybe that worked before. It doesn't work for us now. I think it really has caused so many problems for us. The way the enrollment window was designed caused so many problems for our HR team and the staffing. So we unpacked that. That was like literally within our first couple of weeks together, and it's something we talk about almost every single week. Jennifer is the reminder. Where are we at with this? How is the timeline going with our enrollment? So that, because for her, she needs to and wants to get the staffing appropriate. So that is a very systemic issue, and we are addressing it. So I say that to give reassurance that with our enrollment getting settled much earlier in the year will allow our HR team to do the staffing in a way that's appropriate to ensure that we have the teachers we need where we need them.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that and really recognizing that, there are steps that are being taken to address this, what I think, again, like you said, really was a systemic issue. I think that was heightened by other decisions,
Yes.
right, that were made.
Mhm.
And so that was a very difficult moment for a lot of students,
Yeah.
a lot of parents and educators. And so I wanted to make sure that I brought that up today, again, as just a constant reminder that this is something that we need to be continuously looking at, and not just looking at it and talking about it once a year or whenever it comes up. So thank you for sharing that, and it'll continue to be something that I highlight and I bring attention to make sure, again, that there is a level of accountability amongst us as board members, but also on you as our superintendent, right? So Ms. Brazier-Aceves?
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to ask about the obtaining the seal of biliteracy. You shared the current percentages, and it was really encouraging to see that and not surprising to see that our students that are in dual immersion are achieving that at a higher percentage. Is there a goal around that to increase those numbers? And can you share a little bit? I know just looking at the numbers and looking at how many of our students, the percentage of students who speak multiple languages, for me, an immediate thought was, I think that we could get that higher. But I know there's a lot that goes into them achieving that as well.
Yeah, I mean, our goal every year is to increase those numbers. The state seal of biliteracy involves proficiency in both English and a second language. You can obtain that proficiency either through coursework. So if I'm taking the English path, I have my 4 years of English class, and I have to get a 3.0 or higher, or I have to pass one of the AP English classes. Same exists on the Spanish side. I have to take 4 years. And now on the English side, it's a little easier in the sense of that the English is required every year. So they're going to be taking English. Now on the Spanish side, it's not required every year, and so the students could go kind of different pathways. So that's where, because again, our dual language students are amazing, and they're really focused on a lot of different IB, AP classes at that time. So a lot of times that world language course kind of falls out of their schedule, and so they have the option to take the AP Spanish Lit or AP Spanish Language test to qualify on the Spanish side. But if they don't take that class, sometimes they don't feel prepared. Or we have a district test that we have to kind of measure, and it's supposed to be, in terms of rigor, commensurate with the AP exam, and admittedly, our numbers have kind of gone up because we've done a better job of really kind of pulling kids in and making sure that that test is available to each and every one of them. And so I guess the short answer is yes, right? Like, yes, we are committed to improving those numbers, and then finding the different avenues that our students could qualify, because you saw the numbers, we're a bilingual district. And I agree, we should be getting more students. And so we're exploring those avenues.
Thank you. And then lastly, I was just interested for our educators. You mentioned some of the strategies and the plans, and you had mentioned, which I appreciated, that like some of this is already being implemented and some of this is to come, but there are like intentional actions being taken. And so I'm wondering, just for our educators who might be watching, who are, and not that I've received this information, but just if they're watching and they're saying, I'm not sure that I'm seeing that yet in my classroom. I'm even thinking of like the teacher swap student by level, right? Like I don't know if that's happening at every site already, in all classrooms. But what would you say to educators if they're kind of wondering when those supports might, trickle down to their classroom, or when they might be able to take advantage of some of these supports?
Well, like I said, we've checked in with all of our schools in our district, and we kind of have a measure of where they're at. But we generally establish a definition of quality ELD instruction. So whether you're switching or not, we leave that up to the site, because as long as the quality practices are there, it doesn't matter if it's self-contained or swapping. Some teachers do find it a little bit more practical to be able to target like 1 or 2 levels versus all the levels, but it depends on the site, because there may only be one first grade teacher and I have nobody to swap with. So we are a big district, and messaging can be challenging because there's a lot of schools, and we have over 2,000 employees, but we're slowly chipping away. And that's why you see the setting the foundation and the leveling up. We're going to make sure that that foundation is set. I would agree it's not fully set, and we still need to make sure that we get our message there. So we have like deliberate plans with all of our schools to be able to make sure that that messaging is translated.
Thank you. And then just lastly, I think is also with our parents. I know a lot of times working in a school site, it's very, very common, not in this district, but very, very common to hear like questions about even just like, how was my student classified as an English learner, and just so many questions. And sometimes it's surprising to me that even at the high school level, parents still are like asking those questions, right? And so I know our DLAC and DAC and all of those spaces are helping with that. But I just want to flag that because as someone who's on the ground getting those questions in a school district, providing services to students throughout the county, that just seems to be something that continues. And so I know like we're looking at, how do we, to accomplish these goals, we need everyone, working together. And so just want to flag, how are we going to support our parents and students to really understand where they're even at within this process? Thank you.
Just one final question and just a comment, then we can wrap up this discussion. Earlier, you mentioned something about 11 vacancies related to, was it AIDS? Can you talk?
Yes, so our school district receives Title III funding that refers to federal funding that is supposed to go to direct supports for our English learner students. And with those funds, we have set aside money to be able to hire positions. And so I believe it's about 34 open positions that we have, and there's 11 vacancies in those positions.
And you said, do we usually have so many open positions?
Yes, because these are typically students, college kids. A lot of times they are our students, some of our SEAL biliteracy students. And so these are students that are either in college and kind of moving forward to their career, or they're teachers in training. And so this is a great opportunity for them to, learn to be a teacher. And so we tap on them for our dual language teachers, to become dual language teachers, but it's not a permanent position, so it has a lot of turnover in it.
And so, what kind of efforts have been done to, go out to whether it be universities or job fairs to fill these vacancies? Because I think that they're critical, right? And it's just additional support for educators. And so, what are we doing to fill these roles?
Yeah, so personally, I've talked to a few different colleges that have teacher credential programs, and we tap into those students as well. I think we can improve our efforts, definitely. And there are some, if I'm being honest, some issues around pay for the position. If I'm a kid and I'm looking at the pay, there's other places where I can make more. And that's not up to me, but I do think that factors into the decision.
Right. And so I think that's something that we need to think about more broadly when we talk about these positions that are so critical, and that I think, our educators are asking for that support. And I think that this is a way to provide that support. And so when I hear that there are 11 open positions to support our English learners, and we're trying to meet this goal of reclassification, that's, honestly unacceptable. And why? We need to be doing more. And if we're not doing more now, then there needs to be a plan to do more. And so, and I think this doesn't just go here, it goes for any other positions that we have funds allocated for and we're not able to fill them. We have to look at the job description. We have to look at, are we being competitive, right? What are our priorities? It's a big conversation, but I think there are things that we need to really consider and look at what other school districts are doing. And again, like you said, a lot of them are students that were, SAUSD students that are hoping to become teachers, maybe come back to our school system. So what can we do to invest in them so in the future they can invest back in us, right? So that's important. And then finally, just, my last comment was in relation to our English learners who might not be reclassified and then are don't have access to CTE pathways, STEM pathways, AP classes. I think that it's important, right, that we continue to look at your goal, Superintendent, of reclassifying our students as early as possible. But at the same time, this is the moment to be creative. This is the moment to be visionary. And I'm excited to hear that you all are already starting to do that. This is a moment to cross-collaborate amongst departments to find ways where we can make sure that we're not taking opportunities away from our students because of that, right? So it was exciting to hear that. And again, just, you know, on behalf of my colleagues, thank you for the presentation. I know that you've been up there for over an hour now. And so just taking our questions. But again, this is something that is so important to my colleagues on the board. I know it's important to our superintendent and our parents and educators. And so it's important for us to continue to have these discussions during our board meetings and really make sure that we're talking about the things that are directly impacting our students every single day, and that be at the forefront of our discussions here on the dais. So thank you again so much for the presentation.
Thank you.
And so with that, we're going to go ahead and move to our public hearing.
Public disclosure of Memorandum of Understanding between California School Employees Association, Chapter 41, regarding the Early Childhood Education Funds disbursements.
This meeting is now open to conduct a public hearing for the public disclosure of the Memorandum of Understanding between California School Employees Association, Chapter 41, regarding the Early Childhood Education Funds disbursements. Ms. Quiroz, is there anyone wishing to address this subject?
There is no one.
Okay, hearing none and having no further business, I now declare the public hearing closed. Let's move to our regular agenda, beginning with item 15.1. Ms. Quiroz?
Approval of Memorandum of Understanding with the California School Employees Association, Chapter 41, regarding Early Childhood Education Funds disbursements.
Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Okay, and I will second. Any discussion? Please go ahead and add yourself to the speaker list. Okay, seeing and hearing none, let's proceed to vote. On a 5-yes vote, the motion carries. Item 15.2.
Approval of proposed dates for summer programs and budget for 2025 to 2026 academic year.
Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's proceed to vote. On a 5-yes vote, the motion carries. Item 15.3.
Authorization to utilize California Multiple Award Schedule Contract Number 425051003, awarded to Sunbelt Rentals, Inc. for the rental of equipment, products, and related services and installation of hardware, hardware maintenance, and repair services.
Can I get a motion to approve? I will motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's proceed to vote. Ms. Lepsak? On a 5-yes vote, the motion carries. Item 15.4.
Authorization to utilize California Multiple Award Schedule Contract Number 423021051, awarded to Landscape Structures, Inc. for the purchase, warranty, and installation of playground, shade, and splash play equipment for the parks.
Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's proceed to vote. On a 5-yes vote, the motion carries. Item 15.5.
Authorization to utilize California Multiple Award Schedule Contract Number 425101006, awarded to Zoom Recreation, Inc. for the purchase and warranty of parks and recreation equipment, products, and installation.
Can I get a motion to approve? I will motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's proceed to vote. Sorry, let's go ahead. Let's do it one more time, please. On a 5-yes vote, the motion carries. Item 15.6.
Adoption of Resolution Number 2526-3705, proclamation recognizing November 2025 as Native American Heritage Month.
Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Can I get a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Ms. Lepsak?
I want to thank President Bustos for limiting the resolutions to cover more generalized subject matters, Because as I mentioned before, when I first started on the board, I felt we were kind of defeating our purpose of inclusion because it's impossible to recognize every ethnicity, every disability, every vocation, etc. And therefore, some groups were bound to get excluded. We don't have enough days in a year to be so specific, thus general observations make more sense. There's over 500 Native American tribes in the United States, and this resolution covers them all, though every tribe is unique. Due to November being Native American Heritage Month, I interviewed a good friend of mine who is 84 years old, named Mr. Tutu. He was born and raised on an Indian reservation in Montana. His dad was a Dakota tribe, and his mother was of the Cheyenne tribe. He told me fascinating stories of his life, and I'd like to name a few. He was an English learner, and he had to learn English through school. His particular reservation provided a free Catholic boarding school. He said the nuns were very strict, but gave them a good education. He received a basketball scholarship to a teacher's college, but ended up becoming an electrician and worked for McDonnell Douglas and became one of their top electricians. I asked Tutu if he ever heard of Two-Spirit, that is now promoted by the California Department of Education, described as a Native American gender, which means to identify as two or both genders at the same time. Mr. Tutu said he had never heard of that before. I found it curious that someone so integrated into California tribal powwows and Native American ceremonies had never heard of it before. On a personal note, my grandfather's stepmother, who raised him because his biological mother died when he was very young, was full Cherokee. Therefore, I was raised with many Cherokee folktales and traditions from Broken Bow, Oklahoma, where my father was born and raised. My great-grandmother was part of the Trail of Tears in the 1830s, and that's how they ended up in Oklahoma. And even though I heard many Native American tales growing up, I never heard of Two-Spirit gender either until I read the health framework from the California Department of Ed in 2018. Many of the California state ideologies and enforced doctrines, such as is being seen in the PRISM training now, are a mystery to me. And so are their so-called origins. But nonetheless, those things are not part of this resolution, so I'm voting yes.
Thank you, Ms. Lepsak, for making it very clear that that is not a part of this resolution tonight. What we should be doing tonight is celebrating Native American people and their contributions to our community here in Santana, where these communities are currently thriving. These communities are currently attending our schools, working, contributing to our society. And so that is what this resolution is doing tonight. It's unfortunate that what, is happening is the erasure of the Two-Spirit people that are part of Native American culture that do exist. And so I encourage any Two-Spirit people to come forward and speak at our board meetings and share that you are Two-Spirit, that Two-Spirit people do exist and they do contribute to our community, because they do. But again, I'm not going to take away from this resolution tonight that, again, is to promote greater awareness and understanding of the diverse traditions and histories of Native American people, and acknowledge the enduring presence and impact on our society, and recognizing that we serve Native American students here in Santa Ana Unified, that we serve Indigenous students here in Santa Ana Unified. And so I think better discussion that we should be having is, are we serving them? How can we continue to provide that support to those Native American students? And so that's going to be my focus for my comments tonight, is actually recognizing that, we do have Indigenous students in our school system. We have Indigenous families. I had that honor and the privilege to attend recently with Ms. Magdaleno and Dr. Alvarez, a recent family night for those families who get together regularly to be able to be in community, to talk about the things that are coming up for their students, for their children, with our district staff personnel to address those issues and then work to serve those students. So again, I'm proud to recognize November as Native American Heritage Month, and I encourage my colleagues on the board in our community to continue to do more to support our Native American and Indigenous students. Thank you. And with no other comments, let's proceed to vote. Ms. Lepsak? On a 5 yes vote, the motion carries. Let's move to item 15.7.
Adoption of resolution number 2526-3706, authorizing the filing of career technical education facilities grant program applications to the State School Facilities Program for Proposition 2 funding.
Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Can I get a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's proceed to vote. On a 5 yes vote, the motion carries. Item 15.8.
Adoption of revised board bylaw 9240, board training.
Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Can I get a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Dr. Alvarez?
Yes, I would like to propose a substitute motion. Let me explain what I see here. So throughout this document, it says that the board president and the superintendent shall work together to develop a training plan. So several times it's mentioned the board president and the superintendent. I think it's the fifth paragraph down where it says, consistent with the availability of funds in the district's adopted annual budget, the board president or designee shall annually develop and bring to the board for adoption at a board meeting a board professional development calendar. I think it would be more appropriate to include in there to indicate that the board president and the superintendent shall do this together. So that would be my proposed amendment, that we accept this, but include the wording that it's going to be the board president and the superintendent, and that's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the sixth paragraph down.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and second your motion. Any other discussion? Okay, so we have that substitute motion to make that change. Any discussion on that substitute motion? Ms. Brazier-Aceves?
I just have a question. If I'm trying to understand, so would that, how would that impact if an individual board member identified an additional opportunity and wanted to bring that forward, or as an individual board member participate in something? Would that change that based on this suggestion?
I don't think so. I believe that the way that this is written now, it's just, or I guess what's being proposed is that the board president will work alongside the superintendent to bring something forward for a discussion. And if at that point there's another board member who wants to propose something differently, then I think at that point we can have that discussion. So it doesn't hinder any of us from being able to propose other options.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Dr. Alvarez?
I was actually trying to look it up here, but there's nothing that prevents a board member from providing input in regards to the training. As a matter of fact, there's another policy, I forget which one it is, which actually encourages training for board members, additional training for board members. So we have, I think, 3 policies that address training. There's nothing that prevents individual board members from coming up and saying, hey, I want to take this training, or I think that we should be doing this training.
Yeah, Ms. Brazier-Aceves?
Okay, so I understand. So essentially you're suggesting that instead of it kind of being like broad language and the president and the superintendent are doing it separately, that they come together intentionally, and that's part of the programming.
Co-governance.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, I agree. Thank you.
I think the way that it's written now, it falls on the board president to do that. So I'd rather work with our superintendent. Okay, seeing and hearing no other discussion, let's proceed to vote. And we're voting on that substitute motion. On a 5 yes vote, the motion carries. Item 15.9.
Adoption of revised board bylaw 9270, conflict of interest.
Can I get a motion to approve? Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's proceed to vote. On a 5 yes vote, the motion carries. Item 15.10.
Adoption of revised exhibit 19270, conflict of interest.
Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's proceed to vote. On a 5 yes vote, the motion carries. Okay, let's move to item 16. Ms. Quiroz.
New and revision of existing board policies, first reading, no action required. 16.1, Board Bylaw 9005, Governance Standards, revised for first reading. 16.2, Board Bylaw 9011, Disclosure of Confidential Privileged Information, revised for first reading. 16.3, Board Bylaw 9150, Student Board Members, revised for first reading. 16.4, Board Bylaw 9224, Oath of Affirmation, revised for first reading. 16.5, Board Bylaw 9260, Legal Protection, revised for first reading.
Thank you. At this point, let's go ahead and move to board reports. Let's start with Ms. Lepsak.
Okay. Yeah, I thought we were going to, so we can't talk about anything on the 16?
These are just first readings, and so there's no discussion. No actions required.
Okay.
So at the next board meeting, you'll have an opportunity to talk about these.
Yeah. Okay, well, I know Dr. Perez mentioned that there's a board policy getting in your way. Well, why don't we change it? You mentioned that. So I'll put it on the agenda that we can change that board policy. If there's something getting in your way, let's not let it get in your way anymore.
Our team will be bringing a recommendation for the
Okay.
board's consideration around the enrollment
Okay.
piece. I think that's what you're referring to?
Yes.
Yes.
There was also, I know, the mention of the 11 vacancies. I do agree with President Bustos on this, that we need to get these vacancies filled. We need extra help in these classrooms. So for us to have funding that we're not using, how can we up our recruitment or go after these employees and get those spaces filled? Also, I know I did send a request for agenda items, and so I don't know if I need to verbally say those, but, I just think that we make these revisions on board policies that are very small revisions. And the way I read them, I can't see like these huge changes that we're making to these board policies, yet we do have major things that should be revised in our board policies. When we have a Supreme Court ruling, board policies should align. And right now, they're not. And I know that things take time, but I think now is the time. And so I'm going to request that, we have a presentation soon on Mahmoud versus Taylor. We had a speaker here tonight that felt that the opt-out wasn't being recognized. Even though she put in an opt-out, the opt-out wasn't recognized. So there is clearly miscommunication or lack of communication between the community and, these things. So we just need to have clarity, and I think a presentation would be in order. I would ask also, though, that we have, there's various interpretations of the law on this, and so I do think that we need to have different perspectives. If there are different legal opinions on application of this, that the different opinions should be presented. It shouldn't just be, this is the way it is, blank. Because obviously there's a lot of things being challenged in the courts right now, and there has been a lack of interpretation, let's just say misinterpretation. So, yeah, I think that's it. Thank you.
Dr. Alvarez?
I want to start off with a couple of quick shout-outs. Congratulations to the Century girls volleyball team. They made it to the first round of CIF. Congratulations to the Valley girls volleyball team. They made it all the way to the second round of the CIF playoffs. Saddleback is going to be going on to the second round of the CIF this Friday. And then we also have, I saw today that I think Santa Ana High School's cross country is going to CIF. So I just want to congratulate all the students that have gone through CIF or are currently on the process. A couple of things that I wanted to ask. Somebody one of our speakers spoke about the opt-out. I just wanted to make sure that the uniform complaint process is being made readily available to everybody, so that if someone feels that we're not following through, that they have an opportunity to submit the universal complaint process form. Somebody also spoke about special education, that special education kids were being denied textbooks, that there was a lack of teacher training. I think that this falls under the Williams Act, doesn't it? This falls under the Williams Act. From what I remember, we were okay with the Williams Act. But I just wanted to ask if we can follow through with that. The last comment that I just had was just, we had some students talking about our policy 6142.5 environmental education. From my understanding of this is that this policy doesn't require us to have a specific curriculum for one particular class. The policy actually states that district's environmental education program may be taught across grade levels, district curriculum in science, history, social science, English, language arts, health, and to the extent practicable, mathematics. So basically, this policy indicates that we should be embedding this into different curriculums. So I'm just interested in finding out a little bit more on how we're embedding this. The policy also says that the superintendent may collaborate with other local educational agencies and or community-based organizations to enhance the curriculum and learning experience provided to students. I know that we have an MOU with MPNA Green, and they're doing the air quality monitoring. I know that they're also doing some work in regards to the toxic lands that are here in Santa Ana. I thought we also had an MOU with Orange County Environmental Justice. I know that we started the process, but I don't remember if we ever finished that process. And I know that through Orange County Environmental Justice, they could help out with not just with the implementation of this, but also with different things. So pretty much that's it for my comments, and that's all.
Thank you, Dr. Alvarez. Ms. Magdaleno?
Yes, I'll be very brief. I just want to congratulate the Santiago Drama Department and our amazing students. They did their show of Grease, and the student version, of course. It was amazing. They had the car, the lights, the music. It was just a great performance by our students. I was joined by my colleagues here. And on that same note, I just want to highlight that Lydia Romero Cruz is also having their Aladdin Junior show in December. We only have one meeting in December. Can't remember if it's before or after, but I just wanted to make sure people are aware. They go support, and our students are amazing, whether it's academically, on sports, as we can see, CIF. Hopefully they go further, and also in the arts. So it's just very important that we're there supporting them and appreciating them for what they're doing. A big shout out to our FACE liaison specialist, Evelyn Benitez, who represented Santa Ana Unified School District and the Public School Foundation in Santa Ana's version of Dancing with the Stars. She raised over $6,000, offers scholarships that go back to our students. So just wanted to highlight her for even going out there, putting herself out there and dancing, which she was great, along with all the other contestants. But most importantly, all the funds that she raised goes back to scholarships for our students. And last but not least, just happy Thanksgiving. There's a lot going on right now, and then just want to take a moment to thank everyone for the work that they've been doing. Make sure that you're with family this time. I think staff gets a week off, which is amazing. But also those who need a little help this year, don't be afraid to reach out. There's a lot of food distributions. There's a lot of resources out there. If you need to get pointed to a direction of someone who's offering them, feel free to reach out to our amazing FACE team. Even me, feel free to send me an email or text. I can point you to a food distribution somewhere around Santa Ana that's going on. But again, happy Thanksgiving and take care.
Ms. Brazier-Aceves?
Yes, good evening, everyone. Muy buenas noches a todos. I also want to second that and just really congratulate and thank Ms. Evelyn Benitez from the FACE team for all that she, the time and effort she put into that and the funds she raised for our students, and just everything that she does. It really stands out. So thank you. Since our last board meeting, I had the opportunity to serve as a judge on a practice panel for our students who were running through their youth and government bill that they'll be presenting up in Sacramento through the Suavecito Foundation. And so I was honored to be able to be part of that, and just once again so impressed at how incredible our students are, how talented they are, how professional they are, and just so excited for their team and for their trip to Sacramento. So thank you for letting me be part of that. I also want to give a special shout out to one of our students, Asari Moreno Jimenez of Godinez Fundamental High School. She stayed back and we had an opportunity to check in. She actually was asking about the process and where we were at with our student board member. She was supporting that process on her campus. And so I know I saw in the B2B recently that we have some updates coming. So I'm super excited to be able to report back to her and other students that we're moving forward. I also wanted to congratulate Principal Berger and her team and the whole Valley community and all of our schools who participated in the Valley de los Muertos event recently. It was a beautiful community celebration, an evening of remembrance, and everyone's efforts were truly apparent in the level of detail and how everything came together. And I also want to thank our community because I go to this event each year, and this year it felt a little bit more different. It felt like it really pulled us together with the new facilities that we were able to use and the students were able to use to do their performances and just the space. The open grass space and the stage and the backdrop with the incredible artwork that our students spent many hours creating with chalk. It was incredible. And so just thank you to everyone and thank you to the coordinators who incorporated literacy into the event and teamed up with our feeder schools at the elementary and middle school levels to bring in our district priority of literacy into the cultural community event. I also want to thank our partners. Dr. Perez, I believe at our last meeting, highlighted the Valley Community Garage. This is something I've been, advocating that we bring back and really excited that we have, and I understand we're looking at having another one maybe in January. And so I just really wanted to thank, I'll be emailing the partners that were able to come out, but we had folks, and last time you mentioned it, from all the way from Sacramento, Oklahoma, but across the county from different dealerships, but even former students and graduates who came back who are now working for different dealerships across the county through the work that they did through our CTE program. So just really proud of everyone, and shout out to our M&O team too for all the help with the rainstorms.
Great, thank you so much. First of all, I want to thank the middle college high school students that came and presented on environmental literacy. I actually had the opportunity to meet with them maybe about a year ago. They invited me to their campus to actually talk about what they talked about tonight because they wanted to get a board member's perspective. They wanted to hear, what are some of the things that you all need to hear to be able to move forward. And so a long time coming. I also want to thank them for their patience because I think they wanted to come at a time where they felt like we could really listen. So they actually didn't come during the end of last academic year because of a large number of public comments. And so I appreciate them for their patience and their understanding in that. And so I really want to be able to honor that and be able to, meet with them and see what we can do to honor all of the work that they've been doing around this because it's something that they're really passionate about. And more young people are becoming passionate about environmental justice, environmental literacy, environmental education, because it's something that's going to impact them in the future, right? So they're going to be the ones that live with the decisions that we make. So I want to, applaud them and thank them for coming tonight. I also want to recognize our Orange County Teachers of the Year, who, we just celebrated. Courtney Doan from Willard, Jasmina Amado from Monroe, and Susana Herrera from Century. Susana was actually a semifinalist for the Orange County Teachers of the Year, so just want to highlight them and give them a shout out and congratulate them once more. Of course, want to congratulate and thank Miss Evelyn Benitez, who participated in the Dancing with the Santana Stars, who went home with the People's Choice Award. And so shout out to her. I heard that our superintendent is going to represent SAUSD next year, unless she's able to find somebody to take her spot. So I don't know. That's what I heard. I don't know. And then finally, I just want to close in gratitude to, I think just with, Thanksgiving around the corner, just gratitude to all of our educators, all of our district staff, our families, our students, for really giving me the opportunity to serve in this capacity. It's something that I carry with me every single day, and it truly is a privilege to serve this school district, and I don't take it for granted at all. I'm thankful for the opportunity, so thank you for your, continued trust in me and my leadership, but, collectively as a school district, thank you for trusting SAUSD. And then finally, if you can just stop my clock, because I don't want to that to interrupt. I do want to close in remembrance of Rudy Cordova and, really honor the memory of Rudy Cordova, a proud Saddleback High School alumnus, beloved Santana business owner and founder of Viva la Vida Dia de los Muertos celebration for the past 11 years. Rudy sadly passed away on November 4th, 2025. He was a visionary and a true legend in the city of Santana. His dedication, generous spirit, and unwavering commitment and passion for preserving and uplifting our community's culture touched countless lives. He was also a strong believer and supporter of the Santa Ana Unified School District, the district he attended and where he chose to educate his 3 sons. His commitment to giving back and strengthening our city will continue to inspire us for years to come. So we extend our heartfelt condolences to his family and loved ones, and tonight we close this meeting in honor of Rudy Cordova and the lasting legacy he leaves in our community. And with no further business to come before this board, this meeting is adjourned. The next regular board meeting of the Board of Education will be held on Tuesday, December 9th, 2025 at 6 p.m. Thank you.